last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Aslı.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Aslı.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, Bob. I love it when he does that.
Everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative, and I wanted to say hi to everybody tonight. I saw Hope Floats, I saw True Crime Persuasion. Hey Chloe, good to see you. I saw Connie S, I saw Sammy G, also Ann Reynolds and Kiki 2020 True Crime, 2025 True Crime, sorry, put way too many 20s in there. And then I saw Prayer Warrior, good to see you Prayer Warrior, and Cinderella, Show Poodles. Thanks so much for being here, guys. It's so nice to be here with you all today, because we had a victory in the true crime community, and little Claire Bell, and I wanted to call her Clarabelle. She's just so cute. She has been found today. She's safe, and I don't know the circumstances around it. It's really mysterious. But I do have some of her mother's TikToks that I wanted to go over with you all and just see what you thought. She has a lot of like very maybe new age kind of values, which is not a bad thing. I think anytime we can take inspiration, or if we can better ourselves, our mindset anyway, is a positive thing. But boy, oh boy, it's a lot of information. Oh, Show Poodles, thank you so much. Show Poodles gifted a Lady Freedom membership. Well, welcome to the Dragon Tribe, and thank you so much, Show Poodles. That's so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The baby is, oh, she's so cute. So she's 3 years old. Okay, I'll tell you guys, I was doing a lot of research yesterday on Summer Wells's case, because I'm really behind when it comes to all the internet stuff, right? So really quick before we get into the case that we're going to talk about tonight, uh, with Summer, I kind of went back and I was watching the interview room did a 2-part series or live on the Hunter porch interview, right, with Allie and Grand Bun, and it was really, really interesting to see them reviewing what they did, right? So it was Chris and his wife, and they did an awesome job. So I was taking all of these notes, right, and they were obviously both there at the time, so it was really, really cool. It was kind of like behind the music, true crime style, but really interesting stuff. And then I went over to Josh. If you didn't get a chance to go watch him, the guy's name is like Andrew Shards or something, and I was calling him. I won't even say I was calling him Sharts, but that's what he kind of reminds me of as a Shart, because that guy was really a weird guy, and that's Hunter's dad, and he's not really allowing for Hunter to talk, and Hunter's 19. So if he was able to talk and really tell his side of the story without having the coaching that there appears to be in the McDonough interview on the porch, I just feel as if we might get a little bit more information, and it's a shame that he won't speak up. But either way, we're going to talk about that on another night, but that's what I was kind of doing, familiarizing myself a lot. There was a lot of great creators. Chronicles of Olivia did a great series on Summer. I mean, just a lot of awesome information out there. Bullhorn Betty, I saw everybody had really great coverage. So, because it was the 4-year anniversary of her disappearance. But we have this other little baby, and I could see all your comments. She's precious. She's a miracle. I mean, Prayer Warrior, she's a miracle, right? It's a miracle she survived. I have a picture of her. See, this is the TikTok videos, right? Kind of surrounding I'm surrounded by TikTok. This is the little girl, right? She's so cute. Claire. She's adorable. And I love her name. I told you guys, I like old-fashioned names. So Claire is just a beautiful little girl. I don't know that there's a couple of things about this picture where you're probably going to be discussing this. There's a couple of things about this picture that are a little bothersome to me in terms of the description of what she was last wearing. And we'll get into that because I have some news coverage that contradicts the picture. And as I said, we'll get into it. But she's located safe on the side of Highway 417, right? And so she's found on the highway. She was missing since Sunday, and they just found her today at about 3:06 Eastern time, I believe it was, 72 hours after she went missing, right? So she's been out there ever since then. A drone spotted her. They had tips being called in, and she was found in Quebec. Her mother, Rachel Todd, who's 34, was the one that reported her missing, and she was arrested not long after she did that for child abandonment. So the police had come to the conclusion that she abandoned her daughter because they found the dog named Hazel, and the dog Hazel was found deceased in the same area, Cotullac. If I say it wrong, excuse me, but that's the area, Cotullac, or Cotullac, excuse me. I probably even said it wrong twice. But that was the area, and they're going to pull a map up and have the good pronunciation. So, but either way, that's where the dog was located because they went missing. The dog and Claire went missing together, but the dog was found, and then they were looking for Claire. So she was last seen, according to news outlets, with the white shirt with the red collar, long sleeves with gray pants, and no shoes. But she was found with shoes, it looks like here. So there was a couple of different pictures But like I said, there's a good news clip that I kind of put together, and we can watch that. Um, and then the mother had a hearing Tuesday, and I believe it was pushed to Friday. Um, but little Claire, she went missing. She was only 3 feet tall, 35 pounds, right? 3 years old. Just a tiny little girl. But she was found safe, and it's really a miraculous thing, especially when we think of how long some of these kids have been missing for. So, hey, wait, what? Good to see you. But I want to show you guys the news clip, and it'll show everything that I kind of explained and went over. Hey, Lisa B, always good to see you. And we will get a good idea of the story and kind of where we're looking at. I know that we all went over Jack and Lily's story, and it would be Jack and Lily's biological father. His mother came out and spoke about Lily and Jack and kind of what she thinks of the situation. And it was a really great interview. But then I kind of did a deep dive into these TikToks because Plunder had put them on her page, on her channel. And so I was looking through them all, and I'm like, wow, you can really see a lot of weird signs of toxic relationships, and then how these things play out in the form of mental health. Because even with someone like Travis Decker, who is still at large, right, for taking the lives of his 3 young daughters, now we're seeing this behavior in a mother just either leaving her out there, which I don't know. I mean, she's so clean. And again, I'm probably gonna, really annoy you guys with this, but I mean, her hair, for those of us with curly hair, if your hair gets smashed, it kind of looks like the picture where she's holding her hair over her ears and stuff like that and holding her close, kind of she just woke up. But her hair looks like, it looks like there's product in there almost. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes humidity plays a factor, because even tonight I was like, there's no way my hair is just going to be this way. It's just how it is. Yes, Plunder is wonderful. Yes, and then you guys were all telling me in the chat earlier, because I saw Justin was like, breaking news that this little Claire was found alive. And I'm like, oh my gosh, because with this TikTok video too, I'm going to show you guys, and some of the ones before will explain kind of the downfall or the way that it seems like her mother, Rachel, was spiraling downwards because of a strained relationship between her and Clarabelle's father. A really unhealthy dynamic that you kind of watch. And now I will say that I did not look at his TikToks or anything, but this is the gentleman, and we'll get into a little bit more of what I think about her father. I can't really say too much because I haven't researched him. Maybe you guys can help out a little bit here with this too. Retha Bell, me too. She's just a cute little name, right? She's just as cute as she can be, a little princess. Claire, just so cute. Hey, Andrea, good to see you. Good to see you, Twitch. Yeah, I mean, going over this, we're going to kind of see the pattern. At least I did. And I mean, these were like a lot of TikToks, even from the beginning. So you see the beginning of the relationship with Claire's dad, and then you start seeing it where it doesn't seem so great, right? It's really, we talk about men love bombing women all the time, but I wanted to show you guys what it looks like when a woman love bombs a guy, right? Because it's very romanticizing, right? And maybe even really flattering. And if you're lonely, or if they're meeting that need, hey, Town Chat Cafe, it can be alluring, and you can kind of fall right into this trap. And I mean, this woman, some of the words that I wrote down for this woman are, well, basically, she's the common denominator. And whenever you have a person who is the common denominator in everything, you know, oh, I have a problem with this person, and this person at work is doing this, and then you go to the gym, and then, oh, this person at the gym is staring at me, oh, that girl doesn't like me, you know, and then you go to this place and you go to the grocery store, nobody likes you there, you know. It's like you're the common denominator. And I think she was struggling really hard to figure that out, based on some of the TikToks that she would do. Heavy entitlement, arrogance, know-it-all, obsessive behavior when it comes to, like, she reminded me of dealing with an ex that was very stalkerish and that, like, would not accept the end of the relationship, right? You have to do that. You can't, it's worse for your own mental health if you don't, right? If you don't just say, hey, you know, it's better off that we go our separate ways and, you know, no hard feelings. It's whatever. And it is going to hurt. And some of these TikToks are really hard to watch because it does hurt when you break up. Breaking up is hard to do. And, you know, sometimes she'll do like, you know, those little TikToks where, and I'm not good at those TikToks. That's kind of like my daughter's thing, but like she'll do the TikTok, like trying to tell someone off and, oh, you're, you know, whatever. And, but then you can tell that she doesn't believe in herself. Right. And it's really, really hard to watch. And I just think that, it's sad that she put that much emphasis on being in a relationship or having someone else validate her, where she, you know, she didn't feel comfortable, like, on her own at all, getting away from maybe her ex and, you know, and venturing out a little bit and not thinking that, like, the next date's going to be like the big end all be all kind of a thing. So, it's going to be a long night with these TikToks. I'm just telling you some of the things that I kind of wrote down as I was editing. But let's go ahead and the love letter. Yeah, I got the love letter, Lisa. That was one that I was like, oh no, you know, the love bombing, right? Because it's like, of course, we all feel like very whimsical when you meet somebody you really like and you're like, oh, things are cute. And somebody texts you, go, oh, good morning. And you're like, oh, how sweet. You know, and so you're like happy and that makes you happy, right? That's a happy feeling. Everybody knows it. But this was, yeah, Tina girl, the crazy eyes for me. Yeah. And I was like, you know, since we always talk about men being so, you know, possessive and controlling, and we're like, you know, we always talk about that, but this is a prime example about how a woman could be that way too. And especially once we realize like what she does for a living as opposed to what he presumes to do, because I don't know a whole lot about him. And again, I don't want to be too hard on her either, but she's at some point did something where she leaves her child somewhere with either someone or in the woods, but I don't see. Well, let's just watch this clip and then I'll see what you guys think.
Claire Bell was found alone and seemingly healthy. This is after 4 days of being missing. All of this capping a multiple-day search spanning 2 provinces. Officials say the 3-year-old was spotted by a police drone today walking on the side of a highway near St. Albert, Ontario. The search included about 150 police officers and trained volunteers. They used a helicopter and ATVs. Claire was last seen at her home in Montreal. Her mother's car was spotted driving eastbound on Highway 417 on the Castleman on-ramp that same afternoon. Rachel Ella Todd, Claire's mother, was arrested on Monday and charged with child abandonment.
It was 9:45, 9:45 in the morning that we initially had thought was the last confirmed sighting of the 3-year-old girl in the neighborhood of the borough of LaSalle in Montreal. Her and her mother had been spotted there, and like I say, 9:45 in the morning.
On Sunday.
On
right?
Sunday,
Yeah,
yes,
wow.
on Sunday. And so the report that her daughter had, that she had lost her daughter, didn't know where she was, that happened here in Coteau-du-Lac. Now, that is about 55 kilometers away. So taking less than roughly an hour to travel there. And what we know from our colleagues at Radio Canada is that their sources telling them that when the mother, Rachel Todd, had spoken to police and had gone into what was a souvenir shop, a fireworks shop as well, that she had seemed not incoherent, confused, and then spoke to police about the loss of her daughter, the fact that she didn't know where her daughter was. So that was Sunday. And the little girl, the 3-year-old, she had also gone missing with a dog. And so they were looking for both the dog and the little girl. And here's the thing that is, you're curious to hear what they're going to be able to say about this, is this little girl, she was last seen wearing a long sleeve white shirt with a little red collar, gray pants, and no shoes. So this is a disappearance over 4 days. She is eventually found today by using drones by the OPP on the side of the road. So what exactly has happened over this 4-day period of time? We know that it was Monday, police spoke with the mother again. On Monday, now in that same area of Côte de Lac, along another highway, a dog was found, meeting the same description, but found dead. And that was very ominous. And the mother was once again interviewed by police. Then police made an arrest, and she was charged with child abandonment, and she made a court appearance on the Tuesday. Meanwhile, this search is really focusing in. If you want to put that map back up there again, just so I can show you, Côte de Lac is the area, a wide-spanning area. They were using ATVs, there were helicopters. Eventually, this is really the area where they're mostly searching here. This is into Tuesday. About 150 police officers, as well as trained volunteers involved in this search. And then we wake up this morning. So this is now day 4, that she had been found alive. Yeah. And that OPP, Ontario Provincial Police, had located the little girl. They were using drones. But as I get to that point, we wake up this morning and learn from the police in Quebec that, in fact, they are expanding their search. One, they are also looking to speak to what they're calling a very important witness. And this is somebody who they described as a woman who lived on a farm, spoke both English and French, and would have been wearing, at the time, on the Sunday, an apron that said abundance in French. And based on that description, that was what was put out to the public. They were asking for the public's assistance. Then, once more time with that map, if you will, they were able to say that, in fact, at 2 p.m. on Sunday, so not 9:45 in the morning in LaSalle in Montreal, but at 2 in the afternoon in Eastern Ontario is where they were able to, right up here in Castleman, this area here, St. Albert, Castleman. This is about an hour away from that souvenir fireworks shop where the mother, Rachel Todd, had reported her daughter having, she had lost her and didn't know where she was. So 2 p.m., police were able to say she was spotted alive in this area. So that expands the search. The OPP are brought into the search. The use of drones is happening. And then at 3:06 today, Eastern time, we learned that, in fact, she's been found alive and brought to hospital. Yep. We were listening to them talk about how this is why they become police officers. Our colleagues at Radio Canada had obtained and put out this photograph here. And this is Claire Bell. The 3-year-old wearing the white T-shirt, as had been described. That's what she was wearing last seen. Also no shoes, gray pants, and the brown curly hair here. And you can see the police officers around her as she's being put in the vehicle. We know she was taken to hospital. And as you say, we don't know her actual state of health here, but we know that she was provided food and water and that this was emotional for the police who were at this scene. What we know from our colleagues at Radio Canada, the information they're saying is that she also had a lunchbox with her, and that she said, "I'm waiting for Mom. She told me to wait for her."
Okay, guys, so sorry about that. I thought they said she did have shoes on when they found her ultimately, but she did not. But she had a lunchbox, and she was saying that her mom told her to wait for her. So, because earlier I wasn't quite convinced, and I'm still really not, that, she wasn't being held by someone. I mean, she just doesn't look like she's been out there. I'm waiting for Mom, Kiki. Isn't that just, so precious? And, if your mom tells you to wait someplace when you're 3, you're going to wait there, Hey, MS, good to see you. So, it's just absolutely devastating. Hey, Holly S., in this situation, I don't know if there's a charge like that, but it would be really nice to have a charge where if you're in a position of authority or in a position of trust, and you break that trust with a child, then you should get in extra trouble for it. Because, you know, gosh, she's just sitting there waiting for her. Retha Bell says, you have a nice channel. I hope it grows. Aw, thanks, Retha. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. And my channel's awesome because of all of you guys. I'm so glad they did Holly S. So glad too. Oh my gosh. I was like shocked, right? Because I don't know, maybe I'm just getting more and more cynical, and I hate to be that way, but I was like, my goodness, this little girl. And I was thinking, oh, the worst. I just really was. And then I saw that, hey, Borna Honey. And then I saw that on Justin that she had been found. And I'm like, oh my goodness. I don't think so either. Lisa B. always. Claire Bell was not found in the described clothing. I don't think so either. I just can't. Now those pants look like a little bit more khaki to me, or, you know, maybe even more of like a tan if you want to go tan, but not gray. I mean, gray is, you know, I mean, those look khaki to me at the like cream colored maybe pants. But she's just as cute as she can be, I bet. I see the pictures, the fear, and I really hope that her mother can get some help and stuff like that. Because, yeah, abandonment was the one. Hey, Chloe. Hey. I love you, too. She's so glad to see you. I missed you. I know. Yesterday it was like all going over the double live with Chris and his lovely wife. Oh, you thought it, oh yeah, because they did mention the gift shop, Town Chat. Yeah, Town Chat says the first time I heard about this was earlier today, and I thought she went missing from a gift shop on their travels. And apparently that gift shop was an hour away from where they actually located her. So it seems like her mother did some maneuvering around there, right? Like bringing her to a different location and then driving out, because according to this, the last time they were seen was at their home in Montreal. So LaSalle, they were eastbound on 417 highway, and that was Sunday. And later she was arrested for child abandonment because she went an hour away from where they even lived to the souvenir shop, according to this news coverage. And then it was even an hour away from where the souvenir shop was, where they found Claire. So just absolutely sad, right? And she's just so cute and little and helpless. Like I said, 35 pounds, and out there for 3 days. But yeah, she had to have done something there, right? Unless Claire is the child that maybe takes things super literally. So if she had a lunchbox and her mother told her to stay put, maybe it took her that long to actually, disobey her mother. If there's a better way to say it, help me out. But you know what I'm saying, for her to break the rules and to leave wherever she was left to begin with. I don't understand this case. It's really, really crazy. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me see here. Yes, Chloe, I will. But yeah, so because we have a lot of TikToks to get through, my gosh, and they're crazy. I want you guys to help me decipher TikToks because I'm not a big TikToker. And I don't know if it's fair for me to critique these TikToks without some help, right? But yeah, so the little dog was found deceased. I do have a TikTok with the little dog in it, right? I was trying to capture a couple of things, like the baby daddy, right? What she was thinking about motherhood you know, and then also with the dog, I was lucky enough to scan through 8 hours though. Oh my gosh, props to Plunder. Guys, go over to Plunder. She's amazing. She is just... Hey, Chloe.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm great. I'm so happy to see you. This is very confusing and puzzling, isn't it?
I mean, I just can't put it all
I guess
together. You
I'm
know what I
trying to
mean?
break it down, trying to figure it out.
It's so weird because it's like, okay, how is she? Like, look at her little hair. It's so clean and she's so
Oh, I
like
know. I
adorable.
know.
Like her clothes aren't dirty and she's wearing white and like light colors.
I know.
It's
Oh,
so
I know. I don't know. I don't know. I need to learn more. I'm doing a lot of research right now.
yeah. Well, they had a press conference, but of course they didn't say anything. I mean,
Well, yeah, I mean, you know.
they're not going to say much because they're in the
Not
middle of
yet.
investigating and
Yeah, they're not gonna get, and they're
whatnot.
not gonna give anything away. I mean, you know how that is.
Mm-mm. Yeah, and I
But
mean,
I'm doing all the research I can. Like, I want to know this. I want to help. You
I don't
know,
know if I don't know how much there is a whole lot out there really because I mean I
there
saw
isn't,
a
or I haven't
minimal
found
amount of
much.
stuff until they
I
found
haven't,
her.
and you know me. Like, I mean, I'm always looking for everything.
Well, yeah, me too. I mean, because I'll get interested in this, that, or the other. What do you think about Kieran Reed? Now we had Kieran Reed today, and I almost totally forgot about her, and I don't know what made me think
I
of her.
know. What do you think? Yeah, you
I
heard
mean,
it. What do you think?
I followed the first case a lot more
I
diligently
did
than the
too.
second.
I didn't follow this one.
But here's the thing, I was hearing left and right that like there was like damning evidence for, you know, against her, and there was a lot of things that I was hearing that
I know. It
couldn't
was
be
so
correct.
divided. And there was people though from that area that did not want her convicted. So it's like it's so divided.
Oh yeah, I mean there's some diehard people out there. I think it was okay, so she got not guilty on 2 counts, which were the worser of all the counts, but only she got
Yes.
operating under the influence. I don't know
Yes. I was surprised though, a little bit. Were you?
I mean, I think I was expecting the first to be a not guilty. So with this one, I didn't know what to expect because the first one I thought it was going to be not guilty.
I guess me too, but I guess I thought they were redoing it, that it was going to be different. I don't know. I didn't know what to expect. I really didn't. And I honestly didn't follow it this much this time.
I mean, I know that they brought in a lot more evidence this time. It would be interesting to watch it back now.
It would be. Actually, I would love to. I would love to.
Yeah, we should go over that one night and just, you know,
Yes.
because the first trial was interesting.
Who's in chat right now? Hold on, we'll look at the comments. Oh my gosh,
we got a bunch of good people in chat. Welcome in, everyone. Yes.
Oh, Lisa B. Lisa B, you are so right. Plunder is amazing. I love Plunder.
She's great. She's so thorough with everything, and then also her Patreon is great.
Oh,
too,
hey,
for just
Town
tons of
Cafe.
information.
Oh my gosh, I wasn't in the chat. I didn't see all these people. Hello, everyone. It's so good to see you. I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah, I'm so glad to have you too. And wait, what? We have wait, what?
Wait, what? Connie, perfectly imperfect. Like, I can't see the whole chat, y'all. I do apologize, but I love you guys so much. This is so fun to be up here with you. I can't wait to like break down some of these interviews and like go through them.
I'm just glad to have you up here because I don't know what to think of this lady, and maybe because I got to an overloaded point. So since you have a fresh set of eyes on it, because it was like I almost got overloaded because she's very like, you ever meet somebody that's like, I have a million problems and I can think about everything, but I know everything. So even if you try to offer her like, well, what if you do this, or what if, you know, and she's like, oh, I've already tried that, and you know, she thinks that she's vibrating at different frequencies, and I understand some of that, but I don't know. I'm glad to have you up here.
I don't, and I'm like, it's crazy. Like, I don't even know what to say. I wish I had like a better insight on this, but I just don't. I tried looking it up and I was like, I am confused.
Well, I'll show this little 1 minute one, and
Yeah, I want to see your video.
this is gonna be like the what kind of sparked everybody's interest. I
Is
think.
Connie saying anything
Um,
funny? Like Connie is always the one that has all the the opinions. I love it.
Well, I mean,
Where's she cute?
people have looked into this lady, and when I did somebody said
Yeah,
go to Plunder and watch
Warrior,
the
you're
TikToks,
right.
and I'm like
Manifesting stuff.
I'm
Yeah,
over there, my
hey,
whole day.
I think psychosis as well. I definitely think there's psychosis here. I haven't seen the whole chat, so I don't know. But I definitely think there's some psychosis, like something.
Well, and I think it has a lot to do with the obsession over the father of her child, and I don't know if it is because she was like depressed about that dynamic being broken and she wanted that family unit. I don't know. I haven't made up my mind completely yet.
I definitely haven't. I like that's why I love to be up here is I want to read the chat and like I want to hear what everybody has to say because it helps me so much. Like try to figure it out, you know?
Yeah, because it's a lot. Like it's a lot to process.
I know. I know
but
y'all
you'll see
like
kind of
laugh
a
at me.
little bit like this is gonna be like right at the end. I guess we can Tarantino it, but it'll be like
Perfectly
right at the
perfect.
end.
But I'm not the only one confused, Chloe. Thank you. Thank you for not making me feel you know, like I'm totally out of like the frequency of this. Like I don't understand.
No, this is new to me. Honestly, I heard about her and I saw the video, the TikTok, this mean one that I'm gonna play, and I was concerned. I was like, oh no.
Well, play the TikTok. I totally
What
want
if
to
we
go
don't
through
find
this.
her and then they find her and I'm like, oh my gosh, you know? But yes,
Yeah.
here we go.
Yeah, I want to see the TikTok.
or hear me out. You go fuck yourself, and I keep doing what I'm doing. All right. Well, after a year and a half of survival mode, 6 months of investigation, and an entire life burnt to the ground, my nervous system can finally feel safe with just existing again. So that's a relief. I'm a little disappointed I wasn't able to manifest more clarity as to why an environment that felt so safe to me for my entire adult life suddenly became a threat. But it's a relief to know that I'm not entirely nuts, so baby steps.
Okay, sorry guys. I'm not muted or anything. It's just no sound on it. So I think these are some lyrics or maybe a poem that she found. I'm not exactly sure, but it's pretty negative. And it might even be something she wrote. I'm not 100% sure.
I'm a nice person, man. I never want to hurt anybody's feelings, but I fucking will.
Do you ever look at people sometimes and think, God, you are such a fucking cunt? It's not socially acceptable to say it out loud, so you think it in your head and just smile at them. Or is that just me?
You try that again, and this is gonna get ugly.
So that's the one with her and the baby.
Wow, that's unbelievable. Oh my gosh, Town Chat Cafe said Lady Freedom Raw Narratives, that's urine that you're seeing in the top half of her pants. What? Oh my gosh. Oh, this is I think absolutely, this is just, to me, it's mental
On the
illness.
picture? Are you guys talking about on the picture?
Well, that's what Town Chat Cafe said. I was just reading the chat. Like,
Let me
'cause
see. I don't know. I don't see anything like that. Do you? Sorry, I'm gonna look closer.
I don't know.
probably need
Look
my glasses.
closer. I know. I usually watch it on TV. Okay, hold on. Let me see. It's on TV. You know, I don't know.
I don't see PTS. No.
I don't know at all, but it's just sad because this is like I really think like this is definitely Miss World material. Like there's
I mean,
major.
something is wrong. Like where because it seems like she even tried to like throw them off her scent or whatever.
Kai Kai and Town Chat said there's a better, clearer picture. And her lips are really chapped. Wow. See, it's blurred out for me. Like I can't see all of that right
Well, I
now.
wish they wouldn't have because even the one that they showed on the news clip, it looked like it was AI to me. Did it look that way to you, or what do you?
What?
It looked like they
Yes.
did like you know what I mean, like they photoshopped it or
Yes.
something, so they didn't
Oh,
have to blur her.
Teresa. Per hands, for
I don't
sure.
know. I
Oh,
don't know.
Prayer Warrior said sent the unblurred picture. See, that's the thing. Like, I
Prayer
don't think that
Warrior,
I've seen
give
all
me
of
1
the
second.
pictures that I need to see. Oh, on Facebook, Connie. Did you look at him, Connie? Oh yeah, okay. There's definitely a clearer picture. I just don't think I like looked at it well enough. Connie, have you what do you think about this? Because Connie's honest. She just like give her straight honest opinion.
Connie, give it to us just, raw.
Yeah, I know. Raw Connie. Connie
It
like
needs to
names
be called
everybody something
Connie.
funny. She's always like saying something funny. Yeah, Kai, she some picture, no blur. Yeah, I didn't see that. I only saw the blurred one.
Well, and let me show you guys. I forgot I clipped this one too. Like, how
Okay.
come okay, so like look at this one. This one's like AI, isn't it? Because like look at this one.
Oh,
Look at
yeah, it didn't
her.
look right.
Now
That's
she
just what I
definitely
thought.
looks like she was hit.
Yeah. Oh my God. Absolutely.
I
Oh, that's
cannot
really
believe that.
sad. That's awful.
Thank you, Prayer
Wow.
Warrior, for sending that. Oh my Lord. See?
Oh my God, Prayer Warrior. That's unbelievable. I did. Oh my God, that's definitely urine. Oh my God.
Yeah, now you
You
can
know
see
what?
it.
You know what? Prayer Warrior, I did not see that at all. Like
And
not in
those
that
do
in
look
that.
gray. The pants look gray now that I'm seeing
Well,
them
they're great,
next
but do you
to.
see the water stains? She's right. The
Yeah.
urine stains. Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah.
I did not see that before. I'm so glad.
So she was in the same clothes for the whole time. You can't
For
tell here. Look at
days.
that. You can't tell. It's cut off.
It doesn't look like that
So
at
you
all.
can't
Oh my
tell.
God, that's crazy.
Now that you could tell.
Wow.
See, I thought they blurred her face out so that way they, could
Yeah, I did
preserve her
too. I didn't
privacy.
realize it was so changed.
Yeah, they changed that one too.
That's crazy.
Because these are
That's
all different
awful.
ones. Oh my goodness.
Oh, her eye. I know, Kai. I can't look at her
Thank you
eyes.
guys.
Per Warrior, that's amazing you sent that picture. I did not see that version of it.
Yeah, me
Connie, you're
neither.
so
Well, I
right.
pulled
For
the one up
days.
here from
See, like Connie
Justin.
said, she wet herself for days. That is not like one time. Wow. That's awful.
Do you think she might have just sat in that one spot until she decided to maybe?
That's what I was wondering.
Because that's so like it seems. Because like, hey, I was waiting for my
I
mom.
don't
She
know though,
told.
because the way it went down her leg, and this is just my opinion, the way it went down her leg, like it looks like she would be standing up for part of that.
Well, yeah. Oh,
Did you see
yeah.
it? You see how it goes
I'll
down?
pull it back.
Wouldn't it
Yeah.
just stay pulled up and underneath her?
Mm.
But
Yeah.
I don't know. Either way, they didn't let her use the restroom.
I see what you're
Oh,
saying.
Connie, that's definitely abuse and neglect. Wow, y'all, that's awful. This makes me even more sad because I did not see that picture. I
No,
didn't see
I
it
didn't
that
either.
clear. I didn't see it that clear. I like whenever Prayer Warrior was saying that, I just didn't realize how clear it was. Like her black eye, the urine in her pants, but it is underneath her butt and her top half. So she had to have been wetting her pants for a long time. It had to be going down her leg and. But there would be more pooling underneath her if she was just sitting there the whole time, don't you think? It's
Yeah,
funny.
I mean, I'm just
It's
saying,
funny
like, do
how
you
they
think
have all
she
this
sat in the same
cord.
area for a little bit and just like didn't move? Like, okay, my
Right.
mom's gonna come back for me. but then
It's
she
funny
kind
they
of
have all
ventured
those
out.
cords and all those devices in their car, and then they have the neglect of her child that way. That's just gross. It's just disgusting to me.
I don't see how anybody could do that, leave her out there that way.
Well, I know, but
Um,
I'm saying look at the car. Like I don't know what kind of vehicle that is, but they're showing like I mean they have devices, they have their cords like plugged in, like they worried about all of that, but they couldn't take their child to the restroom. It's gross.
she had a gray like Ford Escape or some shit like that.
I don't know. I'm just saying with all the cords, the plugged in like, electronic stuff, but you cannot take your child to the bathroom. That's gross.
I just think it's so absolutely sad, and that's why they blurred it out and kind of cropped it up. The ones
Had
they
to
showed
be,
in
because I
this
did
one.
not see
'Cause,
that.
yeah,
I did
there's
not.
no way you can't really tell in this one, but then it's
They
like
they
this.
said she was
Oh my god.
dehydrated. So that's why her lips are so chapped.
Yeah, because she was out there for like 3 days. Sunday. Well, they wanted to talk to that farm
Oh.
lady, right? That had the farm.
Yes.
And they saw her that afternoon, so around like 2:30 or 3 o'clock, and then she was found almost exactly 72 hours later, oddly enough. Oh, wait, what says the look on
Oh.
Claire little face is pure fear. Like, I
That's
know
really
mom is going to
weird.
snap no matter what or how good I've been in
Oh,
my
Kai, that's the police vehicle. So that was her in the police vehicle. I did not know that. Okay.
Oh, and that one, oh yeah.
So,
And this one, this is like
so
when
what I
they
was saying was wrong.
found
Okay,
her.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that what I said was wrong.
Oh
Then
no, that's okay. When I was going over all of these, it's just like a lot of information, and it doesn't really add up. It's so hard to tell. And then of course when the media doesn't want to show kind of the condition, and I
Yeah, right.
understand that.
Definitely right after she was found, because I mean she's got the black eye. Like oh, it's awful.
That's the other picture I was gonna show tonight, But if I wouldn't have seen the other one, I would have thought, oh my goodness,
Wow. I can't believe that the mom was posting that on TikTok. That's just awful. It's crazy.
So that was like that mean one it was kind of like, showing
It
her
was
spiraling
weird.
down, right? But wait till you see these ones.
Okay, I'm ready.
They're absolutely strange. Like, she reminds me of, like, when you're having a really bad day or you're down on yourself and you might like say it to like your friend, your counselor or something like that or whatever.
Mhm.
But like, it's like that mean little gremlin that's always being so negative to, that negative self-talk. Like, she is definitely that way. And
Wow.
I don't know. I still don't know what to think, but
I don't either. Like, she's odd. There's definitely like a mental illness there.
there's
Definitely.
something like
There
a
has to be.
personality thing. Like, I don't
like
know.
a personality disorder.
I was
mental
thinking
illness,
maybe
yeah.
BPD, but I don't know. Like, I
Well-
was kind of thinking possibly.
I was thinking that, but I was almost wondering if like she has like some alter like egos, like some other personalities. Like I really don't understand.
Well, she's like super dark too. Like, you'll see in the videos, it's like,
Okay.
it's weird. It's kind of like, I don't know. It's hard to explain, but here we go. We'll watch the first one.
Yeah.
Wishing you all a Merry Christmas from where Christmas seems to have been invented. Been thinking a lot about the moon and the stars, and how it all seems to affect us all lately. Or always, just, I don't know. Things seem more magical this year. And apparently, I have decided to share my journey. Let's see who's up for the ride. I've recently decided to shed all societal expectations, which includes everything your parents, siblings, loved ones, every memory you've ever had, telling you who you should be. It's no small feat. Making videos like this is highly uncharacteristic of me. But apparently it's something of the nature of stepping into your power. And today was I mean, not the first day, but every day in this process feels like the first day. And I let the beast out, if you will. I didn't really like what I saw. I'm relearning why I am who I am. Apparently it's time I share my story. I've always been curious and observing and a little lost. Who isn't? I guess for the sake of this story, it begins 20-year-old girl looking to find stability and a place to call her own, stumbling into a restaurant and becoming a waitress. Unknowingly having an amazing opportunity to delve into the fabric that connects us all. I started observing psychology, emotions, how everything affects everything, and awareness in general. A little unknowingly, just my curiosity. Every couple of years I would get a promotion. And 5 years ago, I became director. Now I manage over 100 employees. Because of my curiosity, I've also been able to self-regulate, if you will. But about a year ago, I fell in love. In a love so profound, I'm almost at a loss for words. I've had to let him go. But the highs and lows that we experienced, I experienced, at least, didn't line up. Doesn't make sense. My previous understanding of life didn't fit any longer. I didn't realize love like that existed. We used to talk all night until early morning, and it felt like our souls were dancing. Perfect harmony. Since I'm so curious, sent me on this journey to understand a deeper commonality, something beyond psychology and emotions. And it's nothing groundbreaking, I guess, because technology and science has led us there. But it's energy. Energy that connects us all, that flows through everything. The way information flows, the way money flows, the way our feelings flow, from in to out, manifesting realities. It was such an experience that shook me to my very essence, forced me to redefine my priorities. Understanding how deeply a mother's happiness affects her child energetically. There's a hidden language that we all speak, and we don't even know it.
Okay, we're here.
Yes.
Okay, I can't read the chat right now because I'm looking something up. Mania for sure, manic episodes, but it seems psychosis as well. Hold on, let me come back. I want to see the chat, what everybody thinks.
Yeah, it bothers me when she says like a mother's happiness affects her child, which I mean I can't disagree with that statement, but it just feels like but your happiness really doesn't matter because your kids' happiness matters.
Well, to me,
I mean,
it's
I get the
narcissistic,
whole
obviously, in a
take
way,
care of
but
yourself, but you know,
I see manic episodes in like psychosis. Do you?
yeah, I mean, she's really excitable, like whimsical, magical, sharing her journey, and
I feel like
then
it's psychosis though, like it's a version of psychosis.
yeah, I mean, I definitely
I
think
don't
it's
know. What
kind
does
of
the
like
chat think?
I love you, you know, please don't leave kind of thing too, where it's like codependency. I see that, you know, and I think that she has a lot of expectations on herself, but she's also saying she wants to shed the societal expectations
Okay,
over her.
Sammy G, I agree. I was thinking the same thing. I would say it's definitely like schizoaffective. There's definitely like some psychosis there. And if she's not on meds, the right meds, I mean, that's
Yeah, I mean, and that's where she could definitely get help for it. I mean, that's
and
why.
even if it's BPD or whatever, she still has psychosis. I believe as well. I think this is like kind of a layered mental illness right here. And I mean, just from I guess my personal experience.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. And, you know, she says that she was a waitress and that she worked her way up to
Uh-huh.
being the director and being over 100 employees. And this is kind of where I wanted to bring in her baby daddy because he looks like he might be like a cook or something. And
Yeah.
possibly like
Yeah.
maybe she met him at work or something like that.
Oh, show poodles. I'm sorry. I was just saying that I just saw psychosis there. I'm sorry. I actually have been in a trauma facility and been with people that had mental illness, and it's just I'm definitely not a psychologist. It's just personal experience. Sorry.
No, we're none of us are. I don't know any of us that are like doctors or anything in the chat, but I think that it's some of the
Yeah, I'm not trying
characteristics.
to I'm not trying to diagnose anyone. I'm just saying what I saw. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just think some of the characteristics are there, you know. And then like when you talk about kind of that narcissistic attitude of putting somebody on a pedestal where she says that she found this profound love that, you know, there aren't even words for. I really that shoots up red flags to me every time somebody says, you know, I love you so much but I can't find the words, or, you know, because in my opinion
And there
it's
was such
not
different
authentic.
versions of her.
Oh,
Oh,
definitely.
show poodles. Okay. I just listen, I am only here just because this is a really interesting case for me. And I have been through certain things and been in a trauma facility with certain sorts of disorders, and like I definitely am not trying to diagnose anybody. I just want to make that known. I just I have seen psychosis, and that just to me, there's mania there's psychosis. She has different personalities.
Yeah, we're gonna go through a lot of like the range of emotions that she has. You
Oh,
know, and
wait,
I do think
what?
she has an
Wait,
entitlement
what?
that would make me think that, like the definite
Yeah. Wait, what
grow
just
up
brought up
kind of.
the DID of Letitia Stalk, trying to get out of prison. Yeah,
Oh
like
yes.
Letitia did a lot of stuff, and especially when you go back through all of that stuff she did in prison too, like pretending to be a vampire and um
Oh, all of it, all of it. She had a
yeah.
lot of, you know, like I thought it was kind of feigned delusions and
Oh my gosh, those jail calls are so crazy when she was trying to I guess look insane. to prove her insanity plea. It was crazy. It's so crazy to go like Melissa Jade played all those calls and like things she did in jail. It's just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
She's one of her own. She was trying to play this, but this lady I'm not sure is. I don't know. It just seems very like okay. Sammy G said Cisco Festive reports is what Chloe's talking about. Layered co-occurring type disorder. It's a mood disorder. It's definitely a mood disorder, absolutely. Combined with either
Well,
bipolar.
I just always get so nervous about like when people say things like, "Oh, I didn't realize I ever could find a love like this." Like, I mean, I understand that those feelings can arise, but to me,
Yeah.
I just, to me, those are red flags to me, and maybe it's because of my experience with things, but when I see this lady, I think she's a
know.
toxic stage 5 clinger, and I would be
Oh,
afraid.
really? Okay.
Yes, I do
See,
think
so
that, and I
what
think
I
that
see
she
is
was
from
very.
my personal like being in a facility with other people that have been through trauma. I saw a lot of this sort of behavior, and it
Mhm.
was people that had tried to do bad things, or to themselves. Mostly, it was it's not bad things, but it was that they were under a lot of pressure, and they like had all this mania and psychosis, and they like believed in what they were saying and doing, and it was hard to watch. It was sad, you know.
Well, she is definitely under pressure. I agree. I absolutely agree. I just think that
Hey, Detroit Rock. Hey,
I think
girl.
kind of as we go through, there's just this like really.
Yeah, I gotta see the rest of it. It just
Yeah,
this is like
there's.
you've seen like 3 different people already.
Yeah. Well, that's another layer to it. Like you said, I mean, there's a lot of layers to this, and it is the pressures of society. Like she said, she wants to shed the societal expectations, but when it comes down to it, I think her expectations on herself are much heavier, and I think everybody has felt that at one point or another.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, Prayer Warrior said my ex could think about something long enough and then sort of leaving it, even if it never happened. That is so true. Like honestly, people we can all like you can convince yourself to leave anything. If you like literally like obsess over it, it's crazy. But I mean it really happens.
Oh yeah, you could overanalyze something, and then the next thing you
Wait,
know, you're down thinking, this happened, but this didn't, because you're filling in the blanks, and absolutely.
yeah, I don't know. This is wow.
Yeah, but I mean, just kind of
This is
looking back
like
on what
this is
could
a
drive
case
her to do
study
it.
if I've ever seen one, right?
Well, that's true, Connie. Yes, and yeah, like everyone has issues, but don't drop a baby off somewhere. Yeah.
No. No, there's things you don't do. Like I am not agreeing with that at all. I'm just saying it's crazy that I don't know. It's that this is a case study. I'm serious. Like
Well,
I
sure,
love the
because if they
psychology
need
behind
help
it.
and they don't know that they need help, or they don't, a lot of times you don't realize that you need it, and that's anybody, then
Especially well, the most mentally ill people don't think they need it.
right. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of like different sides to this coin. I don't think it's a cut and dry. I think that there's a lot uh, to this
Hmm.
and what happened.
Right.
And especially because I don't, now I'm thinking she definitely was dropped off for that long because of the condition she was found
Yeah,
in.
right?
Yes. It's terrible. It's just like, wow. Um, Lisa Lisa B always says I had 5 kids born 1980 through 88 and never lost it. That's so
Oh my
great. I mean, and
gosh.
that's the thing. What
Hey,
I
I
know.
have
What do we
respect
need
for
to
you
do
for
to
having
make it?
5 children. I think I would have lost it for sure.
Well, sure. That's what I'm saying. I mean, but people are we more fragile nowadays, or man, I just feel so bad. Like even with Travis Decker, look what he did. I mean,
Oh wait, hold
this
on.
could have ended
What
out
did
bad that
perfectly
way
imperfect
too.
say? I hate
You
to
know?
keep saying it, but please look up. Please look it up. My husband had a friend who started taking it, being told it's natural to help with stress. Oh wait. Taking what? Taking what? Perfectly imperfect. I think I missed it. What?
Oh, sorry, perfectly imperfect boy mom. Sorry. I'm sorry.
What did perfectly what were they saying? What did they take?
She said, I hate to keep saying it, but please look it up. My husband had a friend who started taking it, being told it was natural to help his with stressors, and he hallucinates and has lost touch with reality.
Yeah,
What
but
is
what
it?
was
That is
it?
it like a
Yeah.
tea or something, or a I know DMT.
Oh, DMT.
I'm
Oh.
sorry, Chloe, could you look it up? I don't have my other
Yeah, no,
phone. I left it on the
no.
charger in another room.
Yeah, no, I know what DMT is, but I want to look up the actual, because
Yeah, thank
I
you.
know people do this. I mean, I know people that have done it, and I want to look up the real definition so we can actually like really spell that out correctly, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and again,
Okay,
guys, this is
so
like
so
educational entertainment
DM, yeah,
purposes.
we're really just trying to figure this out.
We're gonna look it up, right, though, Chloe? Because I
Oh
mean,
yeah, I have it
that's
right now.
yeah. We look it
So
up and then we just read
DMT,
it. I mean, you
yeah,
know.
DMT is a psychedelic compound found naturally in many plants and animals. See, that's what I thought DMT was. I thought a Native American sort of thing. I think that they did it for like spiritual connections and stuff is what I thought. But this is what it says about it. It says it's found naturally in plants and animals, including humans. It is also a drug used for hallucinogenic effects, and it's prepared with for various cultures for ceremonial purposes, which is what I was thinking of. I knew that it was like a like a cultural thing, but it said it's known for its potent psychoactive effects, inducing altered
Mm.
states of consciousness, including visual and auditory hallucinations. See, that is what I thought as well. It says
But how would that help with somebody who's already having those types of?
it doesn't. Um, I don't know that. I thought it was a ritual. I thought it was something like maybe people did to like go through like a
You
way of
mean like
passage, like a spirit.
ayahuasca?
Yeah, like that's what I thought it was, like ayahuasca. But
Yeah.
I guess people actually do it regularly. I
Well,
don't.
remember when Dr. Phil had that, like, where he was like, had all the housewives on there, like, yeah, we're microdosing, and they were like, it's great, and I was like, you
Well, I
guys are
mean,
tripping your butt off. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna give um okay, hold on. I want to read the chat, but I am going to give a bit of background to microdosing and like ketamine
Hmm.
because it doesn't always have, it actually can help you.
Well, see, it wasn't
But
ketamine. It was
I'm not saying it's okay, and I'm not saying people take it the right way. And microdosing is not the same as DMT.
well,
So
no, it's like
there's
it
a
was like it's
different.
like a
It's an actual
mushroom.
medical. Like I did ketamine therapy in a medical facility, and I was under a doctor's care. It wasn't like medications they give you.
Yeah.
It was like a ventilator kind of thing. Like you, it was kind of like a what do you call it? Like a breathing treatment, and you inhaled it and you went through things, and it triggers like what your layered trauma, because I have CPTSD, and it triggers on one side of your brain, it sends it to the other, and you release it. So I also did EMDR, and I did all of these different things. So I do understand, but DMT, as far as I know, is not a microdosing. It's more of a ritualistic kind of like a thing that like it was like a passageway for certain cultures. So I
Hmm.
don't know why you would do that on purpose, but it is a psychosis, or a psychoactive kind of.
I think it might work something like the ketamine treatments, though. From what I've heard about it.
I don't have psychosis when I do my ketamine. Mine's under a psychiatrist, and they give it to me in a breathing treatment, and I only have to do maintenance now, but I went through a 3-month thing, and so you build up to it. It's not like you have one, you don't trip, it relaxes you. You lay in a recliner. They check your vitals every 15 minutes. They have cameras on you. You just listen to calm music, and it brings towards memories. And there's days when you have really hard times, and they have to come in and sit with you and sit you through it. But it's for CPTSD, and it's for layered trauma, and it helps to bring this out. And then I also did it for my brain injury, and it has a protein in it which helps to heal the synapses in your brain and help them to connect better. So I only know from my personal experience of this, but I didn't think DMT was actually, it has its properties to it that help you in that way. Because I don't have psychosis.
Yeah, and I mean, I know there's different things that help with different, especially trauma-based therapies and things like that. And those are some of the things that could really have helped her out. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says that he sees God and angels, or he says that things like God and angels visit him and tell him to do things. One second he would act normal, and the next he would be unhinged and seeing and saying things that aren't there or make sense. See, that would be scary as hell for everybody involved, right?
Scary.
The person going through it, and
the person that's there when it's not happening.
Or the little girl, because she looked scared to death, didn't she?
That's what I mean. A person that is very scared, going through that, and it's a child. I mean, wow. It's sad.
Good night, Lisa. I hope you have a good day tomorrow.
Yes, good night, Lisa.
Yeah, so I mean, just really bizarre. And then, what would make her, I mean, and then I guess maybe the question is, did she plan all this? Did she snap,
or was it premeditated? To do these videos on TikTok, was it really that, or is it a setup? I don't know. See, we've seen so much. It's hard to know.
I feel like she's really trying to get back at the ex, but and I didn't include every single TikTok because there were so many. Oh my gosh! But I tried to get enough in here to kind of try and get a good idea.
Yeah.
But we'll watch this next one and see.
Okay, we're gonna see the next one.
Yeah, let's see.
I've come to realize that some stories, we don't need an ending; they just exist. This is my love letter to the soul that's intertwined with mine. Okay. There's a big part of me that wants to send you this letter right now, but I now understand why I can't. If only you knew how much I love you and how deep and true that love is. I wish you could see things more clearly and come to me. But I also understand that your journey is your own. I see the pain that you've been navigating your life from, and I forgive you. I understand how powerful these forces can be. Without real acts of love to anchor you, it can feel impossible to overcome alone. Falling in love with you wasn't my intention, but it happened, and I don't regret a thing. I wonder sometimes what you think of me, but I don't care about your doubts or your fears. They don't diminish my love for you, and I think by now you know that much, at least. No matter how much time passes, I will always hold hope and love in my heart for you. I haven't figured out the exact why or how, but I know our love is timeless. When we used to talk until early hours of the morning, I'd feel these vivid images of our souls dancing together, intertwined. Back then I thought it was just my emotions running wild, but now I know it was real. We've been through this lifetime after lifetime, finding each other, healing each other, learning from each other, complimenting each other. I see that now. For my own growth, I need to leave fate in the hands of you and the universe. Please listen to the signs. You deserve this love. You're not defined by the voices in your mind or the forces pulling you away from yourself. Sorry. Your soul is the essence of who you are. I see it so clearly now. Each of us carries a timeless battle of duality, the tug of war between light and dark. But we've shifted into a new realm, one of oneness. Come and join me where it's sunny. We'd be lucky to have you. Well, I don't feel the need to read. Sorry, I'm a little bit of a mess. Okay, well, I don't feel the need to list the reasons I love you. I realize you might want to hear them. You've taught me so many lessons I once knew in another lifetime but forgot in the chaos of this one. You reminded me that boundaries are sacred and necessary, that people are worthy of their needs and desires, that true selfless love exists, and that life can be magical and playful when you allow it. But most importantly, I love you because despite everything you've been through, you've held true to yourself, even at a great cost. This is noble, my love. You're the one. Okay, big update. The universe just opened a door and literally shoved me through it, and I took it. We were supposed to have a big family shindig on Sunday, on the 29th, and I woke up early with my daughter and spent the morning with her. And then I want to get stuff done with my day, so I try and wake up my husband. But that's like dealing with a teenager. I can't believe I didn't see it. Anyways. Around the same time, I realized where I find out that the family shindig has been canceled due to weather. Fascinating. Another Christmas mishap in that household. And by the third time I try and wake up my husband, I'm at the end of my rope. And shit blew up. And within a split second, I decided to pack my entire life and leave. Within 24 hours, I packed 4 carloads of things. The crawl space, the garage, the basement, my room, some of my daughter's stuff, linen closet, washroom, coat closet, you name it, everything. I was told that I had to give the car back, which fine. I had another car, my car. Probably subconsciously my fail-safe. Funnily enough, somebody put a nail in my tire. And again, within 24 hours, I got new tires. I got the garage to come and pump air in it so I could get the tires changed. I revolutionized my life within one day. The bitch is back. Happy New Year. I feel like the world's biggest idiot. Spent my entire life guarding myself from everyone and everything. And I have the balls to turn around and complain that I feel alone. Funny part is I didn't even realize it. Spent my whole life surrounded by people, just thinking it was normal to feel that way. I didn't know what I was missing. This year's different. Now I know what I was missing. I know what I was guarding myself from. The challenge is despite the pain, not going back to patterns that didn't serve me. I don't want to live guarded anymore. I don't want to be in a room full of people, utterly alone. It's far worse than just being alone. I know this is not the cheeriest New Year's video, but hey, it's my journey, and I said I'd share it, even though I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Anywho, we'll see what this time next year brings, I guess.
Wow.
Yeah, so just a lot in those TikTok clips,
Yeah.
you know?
I want to go to what Dietrich Rock City said too. That's a good comment. So DMT causes hallucinations, which we said that, but flashbacks too. So if she had PTSD, that could be causing flashbacks. She already had a personality disorder, which we know. Tried to self-medicate with FNH. Wow, and Keta. Okay. They all mess with the brain cells. Well, Keta actually can help, is a protein that can help heal your brain if you have brain damage. Not, but the other things, yes, very bad. So that's a lot of things to mix together. DMT, you know.
Yeah, that's a lot to mix, especially, you know, and I mean,
Ethamins, Hmin. I don't know.
just a lot. I mean,
that's
I don't,
a lot.
I
New York
wouldn't want to
City.
take
Holy
anything.
cow.
I wouldn't want to take anything that would cause me to have more flashbacks.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, that's why I did the therapy I did was for my CPTSD, so I didn't have, like, to help my flashbacks, because I have them and I can't get out of them. It's like looping, and like it's awful. But and it really does help with, like, some things help with that, but not, I mean, that's a crazy combination, and you should be under doctor's care to do that stuff.
I agree.
Wow.
I agree. You need to be watched over. For sure.
I definitely do think it was self-medicating as well. I think you guys definitely caught. I think a lot. I think that's a sad thing, is a lot of people don't get actual mental health help, and they self-medicate. And then this is what you see. It's crazy. It's awful.
Yeah, and I mean, it definitely happens.
I mean, I don't know because she also said, let's see what happens next year. That's kind of ominous.
Yeah, well, she's very kind of like cryptic when she talks a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't. She says a lot, but doesn't.
And a lot of
I think somebody else said that too. I was like trying to understand it. I don't think they're really understanding of this.
Yeah, it's sad. I mean, it is sad, especially when she kind of puts all of this out there. What did you think about the love letter? I know I was putting my silly memes in there in that one. I forgot I even did that.
Yeah.
So many TikToks.
So see, you have a different insight on it to me too. I'm truly looking at the mental health issues here. Like, I can't get past that, and you're like really like looking at the other side of it. I love it.
I'm just so grossed out.
It's just it's bizarro.
I mean, like, I get it.
Town chat. I don't know. Like, where is the little girl? Is she in like custody of like the DCF, like a
last
foster
I heard,
home,
she was
or
in the
what?
hospital. Yeah, hospital. She has, like, apparently her dad's side of the family loves her, wanted to see her. There's some stuff about her mother-in-law in there too, in these TikToks, which I find just to be interesting, because it feels like she's holding back. She's using Claire as a pawn.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's just so sad.
I am perfectly imperfect. I have to say this, and I just want to say this from truly, like, a person with, like, a certain, with certain things that they've had to deal with and overcome, and I feel like I've done it well, and that's been my main focus is mental health. But what I think is sad is that it's difficult to get, it's expensive, and a lot of people don't have access to it, or they don't understand the help that they can get from it, And so we do really have a stigma, and also it's hard to get access to. If you don't have the right support system or the right money, even, I mean, it's sad to even say that,
I agree. I think it's very, very difficult.
Help. Like, I mean, I was lucky to get to go to a facility in Palm Beach, and, like, I would never have been able to do that if it wasn't for my parents. And a lot of people don't get that opportunity. And I didn't want to go. I was made to go, not made to go. I agreed to go, but I mean, it was suggested for me, and I took it because it was the best thing I could have done at the time. And I'm thankful I did. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, and that's great. I mean, and that's a good story that could make people realize that even if it's not something you really are going to be really fond of doing
I
first,
hated it. I was
help.
very angry. I was very angry about it. So, but I had a brain injury, and I had a brain trauma, and I have a brain damage. So I did need to go. But I'm really glad that I had the support system. But most people don't have that, and this is like really unbelievable. Oh yeah, perfectly imperfect. I actually am self-employed, so I understand completely. It's hard to. I actually have to pay out of pocket to go to my psychiatrist and for all my treatments. So, but I make sure I do it, because if I didn't, I wouldn't be, as good. I wouldn't be the best person I could be, and my goal in life is to be the best person I can be.
Well, and and that's a good goal. I think that a lot of times people are trying. I can see this person here trying to be the best person that she can be. I really see her doing
I
that and
think
struggling
she
with
had it in
I
her,
do.
but she's very mentally ill and didn't have she was doing a lot of things that obviously what we just read in this chat that were not going to help her at all. They were to her detriment. Had she maybe had anybody with the right kind of help can, in therapy, can kind of work through it. I mean, we all have challenges. I mean, we don't call them issues or mental health issues in like my world. We call them challenges, and we just overcome them.
Well, sure. I mean, and that's a great outlook to have. And I think I really do think it seems like this person was trying different ways of de-stressing, and the more pressure and emphasis she put on de-stressing, the more pressure she's putting on herself. I
Thank you,
just see it
Perfectly
spiraling
Imperfect.
out of control.
Thank you, Perfectly Imperfect. That's why I tell my story. Like I've been made fun of a lot on YouTube. I think everybody knows that.
Oh, well, fuck them.
Yeah.
I mean,
But like I've been made fun of on YouTube a lot because I have told my story and I've been open about it, and I know that it's come back at me and people have made fun of it and they say I'm crazy or whatever. But you know what? The thing is I work on myself, and that's just a big part of like what we need to do in life. It's the same as anybody, like whether it be like you need to be kinder or put other people first before yourself because you think about yourself first or whatever. It's just all about working on yourself, and we all have different levels of it.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that the fact of somebody looking inward instead of outward and blaming everybody else is a good thing. I mean,
I
because
was
like I
taught a
said in the
lesson.
beginning, it's
Yeah, I was actually taught a lesson about that, and so it's cool that you said that. That we are actually created to look outward. Like we look outward. I see beyond us and like outside of us. So it's harder for a person to look within yourself than it is to look at other people and their issues. And so when you can actually turn it back around and look within yourself and think about yourself and just worry about what you need to do right, it is when you actually have a certain sort of enlightenment, that you're like, okay, I want to be the best person I can be because then I can share that with other people. I can spread light to other people.
Well,
And
sure.
she
Well, and
just
you telling your story helps with that tremendously, because even though there might be people out there that'll say, "Oh, well, that's, I don't want to hear about it," or "How come she's telling us that?" Whatever they say, I don't, really care because they're jerks. But the people that are really important are the ones that are listening and say, "Oh my gosh, I felt like that," or you know
yeah,
what,
I
if that
mean,
worked
I
for
felt
Chloe, then maybe it'll
alone.
work for me. Or hey, if that, if
Yeah.
Lady Freedom went through that, because I tell people my
Yeah,
personal
you're
stuff
open with your
too.
story. Yeah. And
Well, because why
honestly,
not? Like, really, if I'm going
well,
to tell everybody else's story,
I
then
want
why
to
am I
tell
up
my
here?
story to help other people know they're not alone. Because I think I
Yeah,
went through a lot of
exactly.
my life feeling like I was alone, and then certain things that happened within my life, like, I mean, obviously, because I have CPTSD, it's a layered PTSD. So there's a lot of things you go through and you just feel alone. And it's better to share our story to help other people, because if you're like, hey, I overcame all of these things and like I still struggle with them every day, but like I do the best I can and I live a really good life and whatever, you can inspire other people and help other people,
Oh, I
because
agree.
because you
Yeah.
really do feel alone if you don't talk about it. And Detroit Rock City, I totally understand the roller coaster ride. I think any of us that have been on medications and things like that, we think, oh, we're fine, we don't need it, or like this stuff is making me feel weird, I don't want to take it, or etc. But really what the truth is like you're really just you're on a roller coaster, which is actually worse than just probably almost as bad or worse as not being on them, the right ones. So I do understand that. And I do understand thinking, hey, I was on my way to work one day, and I'll be really honest with you guys. I was crying and I felt like, I don't need this crap, I want to say the right words. But I don't need this crap. Like I'm on my way to work and I'm taking these medicines and I'm still crying and I still feel like I'm alone, and I don't have anything. And I like literally dumped all my medicines out of the window of my car. And that's not okay. And I had a seizure. And I broke ribs and hit my head and broke teeth and everything else. But I learned a lesson because I didn't want to admit that I needed them. And I did. And I learned a lesson from it. So it changed me. And it helped me realize that I not only want to help myself, but I want to help others.
Well, and it's important to share those types of things because people don't realize that there are other people out there going through it unless people share it. You just don't
Because you
realize
really
it.
do feel alone when you think it's just you. You really don't realize that other people are like that because everybody doesn't talk about it. And so when you do, and like look at everybody in here is like, I'm sure that we've all had our moments like that, going through different things, but
Oh
we
yeah.
don't,
Well,
we
that's
don't
why
have to
I'm
feel that
triggered by
way.
this woman. I am triggered by this
Yes, me
woman
too.
because
I am
this
too.
woman is a clinger.
Yeah.
She's stalking. She is obsessive over her baby daddy. And I'm
Yes.
sorry,
See,
but
you
I've
see
been
that side
there
of it, and I see the
where
other
this
side of it,
person
and
was
that's
so
why it's so good to
obsessed
come
with me,
together.
for so long
But
that
that's
their only goal was to always try to do
that's
something
part of
to
the
me
personality
and then
disorder.
also use our daughter as a pawn. And when I see that,
Yeah, that's disgusting.
it's very triggering to me
Yeah,
because
you
I'm
went through it.
going, all of this love
Yeah.
bombing, this battle of duality, realm of awareness, and I get that comes with the mental health aspect where people will get very much fixated on something or, and I totally understand that. But being on the receiving end of it, I'm just wondering how this man was coping with this and having a daughter
Yeah.
with this woman.
See, and and that's what I love. That's why I love talking with you. Is that you have like the opposite side of the spectrum, right? Like
Yeah.
we've been through similar things, but then you have a different perspective. And the same as the chat. I love reading the chat because I like to hear everybody like what they have to say, and I want to I want to let everybody know that I love to hear all of the opinions. Like it makes me happy. And Sammy G just said that. Okay, I love you, Sammy G. Thank you.
Well, and to
Yes,
know that there was
I
a
love reading the
3-year-old little
chat.
girl that was left by the side of the road is even more maddening and triggering to me because I'm
Oh
like
my
going,
goodness.
no matter what is going on, again, and I said this with Travis Decker's case, I'm like, even if he was dealing with that type of mental health, all of
Right.
it doesn't excuse them, leaving this little one out there. Like, I don't understand what brought her to that.
And absolutely. You can have my number from Lady. She'll give it to you any day.
Oh, I will. Yeah,
Yeah,
Miss Ann. I'll text you.
I love to help anyone I can. I'm alumni with the place, the trauma facility I was in, and I help a lot of people. And I also help people with special needs, and I'm a mentor with with people with special needs and with foster teens and group homes. So
Well, I
can
just thought that her
help
love letter
anyone I
was
can.
very disingenuous. I thought her anytime she's talking about this great love that she feels, it's so inauthentic. And
It's
I
about
just
herself. It's about
see like a
herself.
future faking with her.
Well,
Because
that's what I said. Was this a premeditated situation? Was she like building up to this?
well, that's what I'm wondering. I don't know. I'm thinking it could have been.
I think it was a bit of both, don't you?
I mean,
think it
I
could have been a
definitely think
both.
there's mental health there for sure.
I think it's a bit of both, honestly. From what I'm seeing and what you're seeing and what you're seeing and what I'm seeing, I think there's both going on here, don't you?
Well, like the bouts of mania, yeah, I see that where she's very like optimistic, but even so, she's still so
somebody
dark.
else mission hugs with D's. And
oh
if you're
yeah,
playing with stuff like that and you already have some issues, that's a lot going on there.
I did play the last TikTok. I did.
It was weird.
She
I
was
don't.
very aggressive with the
But
baby
see,
in
I
her
thought it was a
arms.
little. Kai, did you think it was a little ominous? Like there is like kind of like there was like an ominous to it, or am I the only person that felt that way?
Well, it was like she was trying to say, and that's why I was wondering if she was who that message was kind of for, because
Well, I know what the way she said. We'll see what happens next year. I don't know. It was weird.
it is weird. It is weird. All of it kind of seems like she may have been building up to it.
Yes, Kai's right. Okay, very ominous. Okay, that's what I said that earlier. So because that was the first time I saw that clip. So I said, wait, there's like a bit of ominous there. Like this is ominous. Like what is she saying? She's kind of like it's kind of like a veiled threat almost at the end, isn't it?
Well, I think
Maybe I need to watch it
I
again.
think
It
I
was just
think
my
it is.
first take on it because I hadn't seen that clip. So
It's
that was my
scary.
first take. Oh, Kai said it scared her too.
Yeah, I mean, just the way she was rough with the baby in her arms, or
Yeah.
aggressive.
Oh, perfectly imperfect. There's a lot of missing information here. This is just really. This is really
It is
just
confusing, and
yeah.
I
I mean,
don't
this
have
is really
the
just us brainstorming here, trying to figure this out because we really don't know.
well,
There's
and
a lot.
also, I didn't look at the father's TikTok or anything like that. I just looked at the mother's because there was so much.
Wow.
Like I said, there was 8 hours, but I sped it
Oh my
up.
gosh. Yeah, you did a really good job with that. 'cause
Well, it
that
was
was a
plunder,
lot.
really, because I mean, she pulled all of these TikToks in, and it was like, it was crazy. Just the
Hey,
amount of
Ann,
information in there,
Ann, I would love to help you. I would be there for you anytime. I think everybody knows that I lost the love of my life. So, yeah, I mean, it's not the same as losing a child. I can never compare to that, but definitely put me through that whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, and in this situation,
Yeah, perfectly imperfect is like, right, who does she feel threatened by? She's the one that's threatening, isn't she? I don't know.
well, she definitely seems like she was threatening somebody, but the way she was holding the baby, it was almost like as if somebody had threatened her about something, but
Oh, okay. See, you're looking at it from the other side, Gary. I get it. I
like
get
in
it.
a defensive, kind of.
Yeah, I was looking at it as a kind of just like almost a veiled threat sort of situation. But
Yeah, I mean, she covered her ears and, all that, but
oh, 8/24/24, he was 35. And I lost my fiance and he was 34. He died though in 4/29/21. It's been just over 4 years. That's when I moved into where I am right now. Started my new life over.
well, and that's, I think, the strongest thing you can do in a situation like that. I mean, with this lady, obviously it was a love
Oh, that was
loss.
Kai. Oh, Kai said, oh, no. Animals. Kai. Oh, is okay. I'm sorry. I'm reading. I'm trying to read at the same time as I'm trying to listen and talk to you about this. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's why I ignore the chat, and that's okay. I need somebody to look at the chat, I think,
I know.
more too.
I'm reading the chat,
But
and
I
I'm
mean,
like,
I just
I'm
think
responding
that
to reading the chat.
honestly, when it comes down to a lot of these dynamics, she's sad because she's lost what she perceives to be the love of her life, and I get it. I totally get it. But
Wait, hold on. Detroit Rock City, who are you talking about that had shock therapy? That's awful. But she's better? So it was like not the old kind of shock therapy, like something a newer version of?
I mean, they still
No,
do
scary new.
electroshock therapy, as far as I know. I know it's not
Well,
as
they do it in a
prevalent.
different way. They do it in a different way now. I mean, I don't think it's called shock therapy anymore. I think I can't remember the actual term, but yeah, I'm sorry. Keep going, lady. I'm sorry. I keep
It's
reading the
something.
chat. I keep
Well,
reading the chat. And I'm
I'm
like,
just gonna go ahead and play
what's
this
going
next.
on? What's going on?
No, you're fine. I'm just gonna play this next clip.
Okay, sorry guys.
Well, now that I've put a low vibrational video out there, I think I might dedicate these videos to more high vibrational content. I don't regret it because I keep being told that growth isn't linear, and so it is important to demonstrate that even me, like all of us, strive to remain in my oneness on a momentary basis, accepting both light and dark parts of myself. Anyway, I never talk about this stuff because it's such a personal journey. I believe that, we're all in our own worlds, own creations, own little universes, and so what may be true for me doesn't have to be true for anyone else. And I like that. It makes it more interesting. So just because I'm sharing what's true for me, it's not in the goal of imposing it, just sharing it. So I've always been spiritual with some deep-rooted beliefs, just tidbits that I've picked up along my journey that have resonated with me. For example, karma. The concept always resonated with me, and I have witnessed it, I've experienced it, I've felt it, and everybody's karma works differently, I see that. But I still believe it. Past lives, a little bit more taboo. Can't explain it as much, but it resonates. Especially if you consider that time is not real and that everything's energy. Suddenly it makes a little bit more sense, but I digress. Anyways, I can go further, but the goal of saying all this is a couple weeks ago when I found myself alone, looking at my life, wondering how the hell I got there. There was so much fear for the future. Never felt that level of fear before. I can't really fully explain what happened, but from my understanding, instead of letting that fear take over, I went through it, accepted it, felt it. I don't know, something happened. I'm still looking into it, but I'm thinking something about vibrations, my vibration raised. You should have seen how ill I was for a while there, but it also gave me a rush, that feeling of wholeness inside. Something awoke in me. I'm no longer sleepwalking through life. I have picked up meditation and yoga and tarot cards, which, if you know me, you know I'm so much more practical and analytical, but I don't know, everything just opened up. And it was easier at the beginning to maintain. Now it's a question of making habits and just part of who I am. Even despite everybody who's known me for 30 plus years looking at me like, what the hell's going on with her? That's their business. Part of the promise I made to myself, that other people's judgment, guilt, shame, regret belong to them. They're not reflections of me. I no longer have to mirror those emotions. It's not my responsibility.
Ooh, goodness.
Yeah,
Oh.
so that it's getting
So
like more cryptic,
the very
right?
first line is she's made a lot of low vibrational videos, and this one's going to be a high vibrational video, which was the exact opposite of what she just did. And I don't think that woman has a high vibration in her body, because I mean, I think I'm a high vibrational person, and I definitely don't make videos like that. But did she have a black eye? Was that a black eye?
I think that might have been makeup,
Or
but
is it just she has dark circles because she hadn't slept because she was manic, and now she's like in a weird. I mean, I don't know.
Well,
I mean,
she
all those
talks about how
medications
she
and
has
stuff.
trouble sleeping. She does. I mean, I have to agree with the no high vibration. We don't ever see it. in any of them, but she makes this reference of light to dark, talking about herself. So light and dark within
Yeah.
herself.
I don't. It's weird, and I consider myself a very spiritual person. You know, and
Well, she says what's
I
true
mean
for me
that's
is not true
not
for
that's
everyone, and
not.
so she's almost self-isolating
It's like
herself.
she's decided what it is to her, which is fine. I mean, we all have different levels of spirituality and belief systems, and I respect all of them. But like, that wasn't a spirituality belief system or a moment there. That was like a very negative thing, and she's saying she's high vibrational, which is absolutely opposite.
I agree.
I mean, that right there in itself, that she even envisions herself as being a person of that sort, is the opposite of who she is. No, she
Yeah.
didn't mention religion. She mentioned spirituality. She did not mention religion. So I don't know that she's a religious, because she was talking about enlightenment and connected to the universe and stuff like that. I don't think it was a religion. Do you?
No, I think she's more of a spiritual kind of a person in
Which
terms
I
of,
totally understand. I do.
karma, past lives.
Yeah. And she said she was into tarot card reading now, which everyone knows is so weird for her because she's such a whatever. And I think we all have our different belief systems, and you can believe in something or not believe in something, but it's still interesting. All aspects of it are interesting to me. I want to know all of it. I want to kind of weigh it all out.
Yeah, and even when she talks about something that does excite her, like she says it gave me a rush. She
Yes.
doesn't even change her
No,
tone or anything.
her affect is the same.
She
I
just kind of
noticed the
keeps it
same.
very, level in the same low vibration that she kind of has.
Yes.
And
I
she doesn't
know.
smile unless she's really like.
I don't even think she's smiling. Is
Well,
she?
the only time she does smile that I noticed was when she's
Uh-huh.
kind of telling somebody off, or she feels like she kind of just said something of value. But other than that,
But it's not of value. I know. Because she's not making any sense at all.
no. Well, that's what the police were saying, is that even when during her interrogation, she was saying a lot but not saying anything.
Well, she definitely was saying a lot without saying anything. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it really made it believable. In my opinion, if that's what was said, but that was one of the news outlets that I heard said that. You know, and I know she says here that she's gotten into the yoga, meditation, tarot cards.
Yeah, and I'm into all that. So that's like, I find that highly offensive because I don't think that's a bad thing.
I
I think
think
it's
those are
great for the
good,
soul.
positive. Yeah, I think those are very good, healthy, positive things that you can do to release your energy or to relieve your stress. So I think that she could have been on the right track with that.
Oh, Sammy G, are you kidding about the high vibrational? Oh, no, it's just, and I might be on a lag because I'm in my apartment on StreamYard on my phone. High vibrational is just like happy. They spread joy and love, not like heavy negative energy. So it's not like a big personality. It's just a person that spreads love and kindness, and tries to bring other people up instead of leaving you feeling heavy.
Well, and that's what she's doing is, I mean, she's a downer, she's complaining about all of these things, but and she's saying that she's doing positive things to help with that, and she's kind of promoting that on her TikTok as if she's kind of knows what she's doing, but none of it's working, and she's very, again, just at a steady pace of very low. And like I said, it's like when I was in counseling, it was like the gremlins that are keeping you down, that negative self-talk. We all
Yeah.
do it from time to time. We all get down on ourselves. We all feel like we're not good enough. But if you just sit in that low vibration like she is.
Well, like Perfectly Imperfect just said, she leaves you feeling confused and heavy. I feel heavy. Yeah, definite heaviness from her. Like
Well,
definitely
and
not
I'm also
definitely not high vibration, you know?
I feel fear of her, like
Yeah.
unpredictability, the fact that
The
you don't know what she's gonna,
ominous, yeah, absolutely.
you know, because she's got this little 3-year-old daughter, and she's obviously not doing well. She doesn't think highly of herself, even though she's in a position that she was promoted. You know, she started out as a
Yeah.
waitress and she was promoted up. She still can't find that good in herself, which she's seeking out for everywhere, right? Through yoga, meditation, tarot cards. But really, what she's really lacking is within. And then that negative self-talk is, I mean, arguably, and you know, everybody's different, but that can be the very worst thing that you could ever do for yourself, in my opinion, you know?
Yeah.
But I do think there are manic traits. I do wonder how long she has been like this.
I wonder too. Have we heard from her family yet? Like about her history of mental health?
I have not. I wanted to bring it straight from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, I
because
haven't
she's
heard.
gonna
I don't
show
know
us
that.
the most. Because like even, I mean, we watched a video earlier from New Year's. So she's like, Happy New Year, and drunk and crying, tear in my beer, New Year, you know.
Yeah.
And I
right.
have to say, I also, and I know you guys probably don't think I'm being very compassionate tonight, but I'm alarmed. But I honestly think that I get really tired of people attention seeking and, you know, getting on the internet and crying and getting drunk. I mean, it's like, come on, that's not helping anything. And it's not going to. Like, it's not good, you know, but she's got it all figured out in one video, and then the next one she doesn't, and it's, you know, not her fault, it's his fault. And I mean, to my knowledge, they broke up. I think they were only maybe together for a year, to my knowledge.
I'm sorry, Adopt a Cat, that you can't understand what I'm saying. Evidently, there must be a lag, and I apologize to all of you guys.
Oh.
And if you don't want to watch the channel because of me, then I can go down.
No, I don't know what she. Oh, I'm sorry.
But you know, that's fine. I'm on my phone on StreamYard, and it's 1:30 in the morning.
Maybe because I have a mic or something. And
Yeah, I'm
are
just
you
up
using
here.
the mic?
I'm just up here giving, you know, my personal, you know, story on trying to help other people. So I apologize, Adopt a Cat 28, if it offends you.
I know I've never seen that person in here.
Well, I know.
I just found it. Sorry, I thought it was up farther.
Yeah, well, we all know who it is, so it's okay.
Well, and you know, it's difficult when there's two, like when I bet you it's because I have my mic on, and then I probably can't even hear if you're talking, and I start talking, I might not be able to hear what, you know. So maybe that 28 cat lady wants me to jump off the panel of my own show. You never fucking know. You never know these people, I'll tell you, Chloe.
I am more than willing to go down. I apologize if I'm offending anyone.
No, I like your insight.
I'm just adding insight here, and I'm definitely I don't know that you can't hear me. I'm sorry that I'm a problem, but
I can hear you just fine.
Okay. I mean, I didn't think I mean, I'm in my apartment by myself, so I don't have the TV on. I don't have any noise in here.
Yeah, I can't even hear any background noise from you at all.
Yes, but there's always got to be somebody that loves to come in and talk to me. I love that your name is Adopt a Cat too. I have a cat too. I adopted a cat. It's interesting that you came in under that name.
Well, and I always get really positive feedback whenever you're on panels. So,
Oh,
yeah, I
town
don't know.
chat,
Who knows?
town chat.
But
You have to understand. It is 1:30 here, and I'm just like literally here, just giving my insight. I'm not. Cat lady can just go on.
well,
She's not
here's the
normally here.
beauty of a good conversation is that if I was to just sit here this whole entire time and agree with everything you said or vice versa, it might be kind of boring, but the fact that we're bringing different perspectives to the table is something that I
Yeah.
know that people aren't used to on these streets, but maybe it's time to get used to that and realize that not everybody's going to have the same experiences. And when
Right.
Chloe comes up here, she's going to have something totally different to bring to the table. And that's why I enjoy her coming up,
And I'm just telling you guys my own experience and being very honest. So I don't have to be up here doing this. I'm just doing it, as a sounding board. That's all. I'm just coming from my own experience and telling you guys what I've been through, and that I can see both sides of this. And the same as Lady it has a very different stance because she's been through a whole different sort of experience in life. And I think it's great to have this conversation.
And Chloe, you know me, I get silly with it and I'll be like, she's a stage 5 clinger. And then they'll be like, no, she just has mental health. And I'm like, she's crazy, But
I'm like
listening to
I'm
these
the
all
one that's
day.
like, oh, I'm alumni with my chat with my trauma facility, and I help other people and I mentor them and whatever. So I have a different heart for it too, like where I've seen it personally and seen people that really struggle, but they wanted help. But I'm not sure that she wanted help.
I think but I do think she did. I do
you?
think that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I do.
Okay, so you have
I think she's
you have
just
both
struggling.
sides too.
Yeah, as a mom, as a woman, I think it's
actually
tough
think
for
anybody
us.
that was coming out, I actually think anybody that would come out with these sorts of videos is actually a cry for help, in my opinion.
Well, see, and that's where I'm saying, look at her, she's being so attention seeking, and you're like, but she's crying out for help. And I think both are true. Like, I really do. I think you're right. She's crying for help, and I'm right. She's got the attention thing going, right? Because she's like making videos and stuff, which, arguably, but
yeah.
I think she's definitely struggling, and I think that
A
there's a lot
person
of
like that
pressure on
really needs a lot
people.
of attention. A lot of attention if you're making videos like that, because most people that are struggling with things, they go within themselves and they don't actually let people know that they're struggling with things. So I think a person that's doing that is actually crying for attention.
Yeah. She wants people to kind of know what she's going through and understand it. And I one thing that I had to learn through counseling too was that you don't always want to share your story with just anybody, because not everybody's going to appreciate your story. And the same could be true now. I mean, even just with her sharing her story, I mean, there's some that are going to appreciate it and some won't, or some might see. I mean, gosh, there's so many layers to it.
Yeah. There's a lot of layers here.
Yeah, because I mean, we still don't even know kind of what the really, we have one side of what happened in the relationship, not both sides, from his perspective. But I think it's important, the mental health aspect.
I do. Don't you? I think a lot more. There's so much more to come out that we don't even understand the whole scope of this, and we don't even know if this is real, if this is something that was pre-planned. Like we don't know anything yet, and like it's just like Lady saying, like she's seeing it from a whole different perspective. Like this lady, she's just like a, going after the boyfriend, whatever. It's like we can look at this in so many different ways, and I think we're just gonna have to give it some time to find out what the whole story is.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, because we still don't even know really what happened in terms of her ending up, miles and miles away, an hour away. We just don't know. I mean, why any of that happened? We know it happened, but we just don't know why. And maybe there's some insights to her spiraling, but I do see, at least the last year, New
Oh
Year's,
yeah.
around Christmas was like the first where we started out. So I mean, you know, um, well, that's
Sammy
true.
G, that's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
That is true. Sammy G, that's absolutely because I will say this. I came to YouTube probably during the hardest time of my life. And it was because I came to YouTube for summer, but it was me becoming a part of YouTube and like wanting to be in this community and have people to talk to about things that interested me and that I was into is because that I was alone and I was a hermit. I mean, it really is. So you're right. A lot of people do come to social media for attention, for a sense of community that they maybe do not have.
Well, definitely. And it's just a way that you can connect with people without, having to be right next to them. Or, like you said, if you're just alone. And I don't know how many like followers. I don't know if she was a hardcore influencer. I'm not even
Yeah, I
sure
don't
about that.
either. I was going to ask you that. I was wondering if you knew.
I'm not sure she put a lot out. I mean,
I
but
bet
that
she didn't
doesn't
have.
mean.
I bet she didn't have many people that watched that because I don't think that some of that would have gone unnoticed or like somebody wouldn't have kind of intervened at some point if she had anybody in her life that cared about her anyway. You know.
Yeah, and I mean,
And
it's just
definitely,
it's really sad.
if she doesn't go to jail, she absolutely needs to get committed. But I think she. I don't know. I can't say. I
Well, I
shouldn't say
will
anything.
say too is that I did not ever see her doing any TikToks with like friends or anything like that, which
Yeah.
I understand as you get older and you have kids,
Yeah. Yeah.
But she said she's had people that known her for 30 years that are kind of like side eyeing her, like, you're not who you used to be.
Yeah. Right. You did say that. Hey, Sammy
So.
G, you were very right about that too, because um, I can go many places. I go by myself most of the time, and I can go there and be very alone. I have a hairstylist. I do people's hair all day long, and I can still feel alone, even though I talk to people all day. So you're right. You don't have to just be a hermit to be self-isolating, because you also could be putting up walls or you could just feel like you're going through life slow motion and you could really connect with people. I mean, I totally understand that, Sammy G.
Absolutely, yeah. Even if you're self-isolating, or many people can be in a room full of people and still feel very alone.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
And I think if you do feel that way, it's something that's really important to go and talk to somebody about it.
Well, and that's why I like to talk about it to other people, so that that we a lot of us struggle with that and go through that, so that we can come together and understand each other.
Exactly. Yeah, you're not the only one that feels that way.
Yeah.
Or, that sort
Yeah,
of
because
thing.
a lot of times you've gone through life thinking there's something wrong with you, and it's really not you. It's it's other things. It could be like chemical imbalances and stuff that need to be like just addressed. It could be trauma, that needs to be dealt with. It could be a lot of different things.
Well, sure. And I do think that she has abandonment issues in terms of, kind of pushing people away. It just kind of seemed that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that can be exhausting for the person that's with that other person, because, you can't help that person if they think they know everything,
Sorry, but Perla Combs is trying to knock everything off the counter.
Oh, Perla Combs. Aw.
Perla Combs is being a little nightmare.
Is he being naughty? Aw,
He's such a good boy. And like earlier, he was like sleeping under the blanket next to me, but now he's playing with my keys. He's trying to get my drink.
Aw.
You know, he's
He's
just
so
everywhere.
cute.
He's such a wild man.
Well, Detroit brings up a good point too. She needs to be in a controlled mental health facility for her sentence, not in jail, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, I said that exactly. But you know what? We still have a lot to come out. Like I said, it seems like we see this kind of stuff a lot in these cases, and it's not really mental illness. It's a lot of times it's like, I mean, I do think she has mental illness. I'm not going to go against that, but it's not
I
mental
do.
illness to where you know what's right and what's wrong. You know, not like the definition of insanity when it comes to the law. You know.
But I think in this case, she might be better helped with some mental health,
I think a
resources
lot
too.
of people, I truly believe a lot of people could be helped with, could be, instead of in prison, if they had mental health help, they could be a lot better functioning members of society, because a lot of people with drug that have been incarcerated, I'm not talking about violent offenses, so please do not come after me with that, because I do not believe in criminals going free. But a lot of people have CPTSD. They have health issues, as Anne Reynolds said, bipolar, things like that, and you self-medicate sometimes with drugs or with alcohol or certain things like that, and then maybe those people end up going to jail when really they need a rehabilitation and they need a mental health help. You know, they need to address the
Yeah.
problem, not put there's too many times where they want to put a Band-Aid on things instead of actually address the real root of the issue.
Sure, because if somebody doesn't need, criminal intervention and they need mental health intervention, then we're not fixing anything by putting someone in jail. I get what you're saying.
Sammy G, go you. I agree. Absolutely. I think everybody needs something like that.
And Patty Gemini said if she was trying to hide Claire for 2 days to scare the daddy to get his attention, then she messed up because she got arrested and couldn't go back after her. And now the daddy will get Claire. # mental illness.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that, Patty. I think that there was this element of using Claire as a pawn.
It seems like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, just using her kind of as leverage to hold over the other parent's head. Now, of course, we see this all the time. I mean, this is another thing that I think people think, oh, that's really
It's so
rare.
true. It's so true.
But it's not,
No.
Oh, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, I don't think she had many followers even after all the publicity of this. She only has 500K followers. Oh, wow. Okay, so, or excuse me,
500,000 followers?
5K. Sorry, 5K.
Oh, 5K. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't see the whole chat from up here. I only see like the top comments. So I didn't see that. I was like, oh my gosh, she had 500,000 followers.
I was like, that's not too bad. And then I was like, oh
no.
no.
And even with 5,000, nobody reported that? What the heck?
And then Sammy brings up a good point too. Did she ever have anyone in her life that cared about her? I think that's an important question because she discusses what she perceived to be a dysfunctional, traumatic household growing up.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think she didn't have anybody around is my guess, because like I said, I didn't see any like family TikTok videos with like a sister or cousin, anything. I don't know that she had anybody really, Well, and see, this is another thing, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, and maybe I said it wrong, but she says, I'll say when you feel isolated, not well, it doesn't matter who cares about you. You still feel alone and no one cares about you.
That can be true, and that is true. But I've had some really good friends in my life that have made sure that they came here to let me know that I'm not. And even if I didn't want to accept it, I think over time I realized it because they didn't go away, But yes,
well,
you
and
can
that's the
absolutely.
difference. That's the difference between having people that care and people that don't, and that's
And people that
so big.
understand too. because there's a lot of people that don't understand. So I agree. I that's sad to think about, but it is true because a lot of people don't realize how many people care about them, you know?
Well, and you have to be willing to accept the help that is being given. And if you push everybody away, and that
Yes.
is one thing
Yes,
that
it's
she
true.
also did say in her TikTok video, is that she expects not to be alone, but she puts up all these walls that is creating it so she is all alone. And so she does
Yes.
realize that she
Right.
is self-isolating, but again, the only person that can make you happy is you, and the only person that could, make you feel good about you is you. You can't rely on other people to do that, and that's like a hard truth that I had to learn.
Uh-huh.
But
Well, we are absolutely in charge of our own happiness. I agree. It's a choice we make ourselves. But perfectly imperfect, I absolutely agree with you. I go back to the schizophrenia as well. Like I said that earlier, and I think you were the one that said that earlier, and I still go back to that. There is definite psychosis there. There is something else going on there.
very dark. I agree. It's very dark. Even when she talks about light, there is no light. It's just dark.
Yeah, well, even like the last video we watched at the beginning, I've been making low vibrational videos. This time I'm gonna make high vibrational, and then it was the complete opposite of that. It was
Yes.
still, and it looked like her eyes were so dark. Like I thought, literally, I'm on my phone, so I couldn't see the whole like a real big picture of it. I truly thought she had a black eye, but it was just really when you said it, you're right. I looked back, and it's just her eyes are just extremely dark. So
Yeah, well, and it's just it's really sad, and I think that like with you being an empath and with me being an empath,
right.
when we can feel that, and when we both know, because I know some people aren't familiar with like what a low vibration is, what a high vibration is, and so, but I was glad when you said that, because it was like I felt the same exact way, because just even watching through all of these, I'm like, this girl doesn't have a high vibration, and she's pulling me down with her. I felt like a crab in a bucket, and
Mm-hmm.
she just pulling me down, like, and I'm trying to get out, but she's pulling me back down. Like, that's how I felt, like, very, like how she could be suffocating. Hey, Gigi, you know what I mean? Did you get that at all, Chloe, or did you feel,
Yeah.
what were you
No, I
feeling from
did.
that?
I was actually just reading a schizoaffective disorder. I know it's a
Uh-huh.
schizophrenia. I do agree absolutely with Sammy G. And I did actually just look it up and read all of it. And I mean, I have somebody in my family who has that, and I absolutely see that there. And yeah, I did read all the symptoms in the Google. I mean, if you guys want me to read it out, I can.
Yeah, read it. Well, because I want to know
Okay.
what could cause her to feel confused and leave her child out. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
something could have
Yeah.
caused that.
Okay, so I'll go over the overview first of all, being that it's a mental health condition including schizophrenia and mood disorder symptoms.
Uh-huh.
So it's actually a combination, and it's a combination. Well, what's next. It's a combination of symptoms: schizophrenia and mood disorder, such as depression or bipolar. Which they said she had BPD, which I think a lot of people with BPD can as well, or people I have known can as well have psychosis. So they will put them on drugs for that, medications for that. But the cycles of severe symptoms are often followed by periods of improvement. So symptoms include delusions, hallucinations, depressive episodes, and then manic periods of high energy. Well, the symptoms, it also says as well, there are the severe symptoms are followed by periods of improvement, including the high energy and the manic. With the
That's the big one
cognitive.
here, right? I see
Yeah,
that
and
here.
that's what I'm seeing. And that's why I was agreeing with her all through this. But the cognitive part of it is belief that an ordinary event has special and personal meaning, delusion, thought disorder, racing thoughts, thoughts of suicide, or false belief of superiority. Well, didn't we see that there with her? The ordinary events, impersonal meanings of delusion, whatever, that she thought were
Over and over again.
Yes. Over and over
That's
again.
what I was saying with the know-it-all, and I guess maybe that's what I was.
And
I was
grandiosity.
picking that up.
And grandiosity is part of this.
Grandiosity, absolutely.
It's so the same as the depression, hallucinations. Sorry, I can't speak. Paranoia, psychosis, hearing voices, but the grandiosity, because she went to where she is special and she's having all these things happen, and and she's growing and all this thing, but it can also be rapid or frenzied speaking. And did we not also see that?
Yes, and I did speed this up, so just
okay.
No, but still, even so, it was very rapid when she's saying these things. And she also said, Chloe, she said that let me pull it back up, I wrote it down, but she was saying things like that basically she's above certain things that other people feel or are, right? Like she was saying things like, and the superiority complex really shines through there.
Right.
Just basically with, she talks about the fabric that connects all of us, but she says that her curiosity and her being promoted 5 years ago, all of these things showing how special she is, that she found this profound love that was more special than anything, and that kind of thing, all, I think.
Well, I'm glad that Sammy G pointed that out, because I know we have talked about schizophrenia and we talked about schizoaffective earlier. And I guess like people that I have known and where I was, it's true that they had both of those, because they had the psychosis, they had the of course with bipolar, you're going to have the mania and the depression, but the grandiosity and the, like the speaking of like, things in your life that like you think you were especially touched by God or whatever it may be. And I'm not saying that certain people aren't. I'm just saying when it comes from a person like that, you see something a little different,
Well, and she talks about how she when she left her baby daddy, that she revolutionized her life in one day.
See, the word, okay. So just the speech and laws here, if we go through that, just the words she's using, the way she's speaking to me is the grandiosity part of it,
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean,
because
and then
you have moments of grandeur, where you think like you are, just like where you think that you're probably the best thing that happened, or more than other people or whatever. And she showed all of that in those videos that we saw, and we only saw like such a short amount of how many there really are.
Yeah, and I mean, it goes on and on with that for months and months with her. And she says what's true for me is not true for everyone else.
Exactly.
So again, like I was saying, she was self-isolating language, but I also see that superiority,
the grandiosity, the superiority, the thing that she thinks she's different than everybody else or better or whatever it may be. Yeah.
Yeah, what's
Agreed.
true for her isn't true for everybody else. And so that is definite language of feeling, grandiose or superior. Absolutely.
Right.
But there's a lot more. Let me go ahead and play this next one. This one's just a short.
Now that I've popped my spiritual cherry on this platform, I feel the content just flowing out of me. Because I've been kind of on this whirlwind the last couple weeks, it's hard to stay grounded a little. I've come to realize that one of the ways I ground myself is with expression. Unfortunately, I haven't cultivated much relationships where, not my outlook is welcome, but I don't know, where there's time to kind of dive into all this stuff. Or, I just want to talk about it without having to deal with everybody else's walls. It's exhausting. Anyway, I've been having the feeling lately that I'm like straddling two realities or two timelines. Every day I wake up and I go to work and I do the thing that I've done for as far as I can remember. The scary part is that it's not as fulfilling as it once was. I know it's meant to be, because if I continued the way I was, it'd be unrecognizable in a couple years' time. And I'm definitely more important than this job, any job. But it's a fine line. I care about so many other things now. I keep having these ideas and I don't know. Suddenly, what's been my life purpose for the last decade doesn't seem to be my life purpose anymore. It's scary. And kind of exciting.
Yeah, so scary and kind of exciting.
I know. I don't think I know what to say.
I know. False. I just think it's a false sense of confidence. False sense of confidence, and like I have it all together, but yet I don't. Popping the spiritual cherry, straddling stuff. I mean, a lot of sexual references in this, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of like weird language being used in there, and then also, I'm more important than any job. Well, not
that's for
necessarily.
sure.
Like
Yeah.
you're a single person, and you're saying that you're important than an entire restaurant with 100 employees that you oversee. Again, I mean, I didn't realize how thick the feelings of superiority or
They're
were
gonna
gonna
get,
be.
right? It just gets more
Until
and
we
more.
watched that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. She definitely. I can't believe that nobody saw this coming. That there wasn't like more awareness brought to this. It's weird. With this many hours of TikTok, like, I don't know.
I think people were starting to kind of
catch on. Okay.
Yeah, I do, just a little bit from maybe some of the stuff with the mother-in-law later on. And Sammy, you're not clogging up the chat. You have really good.
Oh
you
yeah,
have really good
Sammy's
insight.
awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, you have great insight, and I do think it's feelings of superiority, because we see a lot of that, and it's hard to get someone help that thinks that way, because their ego kind of won't allow for that. Oh, C. Taylor says some symptoms of schizoaffective disorder mirror ASD, but it's not ASD. Similarities may include rigidity, sensory, and social challenges, among other characteristics. I will say she's very matter of fact. And, kind of, I don't know. I see a lot of depression in what she's saying, especially when it comes to just kind of everyday life. But then you definitely have coupled with, she's kind of special and everybody else isn't. Well, yeah, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. I can see it. Maybe it's low vibes trying to be higher vibes. And that does make sense. I mean, I think she was definitely trying. I really do.
You guys, I gotta go to bed. I have to be at work early in the morning. I love
thanks
all
for
you
coming up.
guys. I'm gonna do a lot more research on this and watch all the new stuff that comes out. So like, hopefully, I have a little more insight because this was shocking tonight. This is a real case study, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, I mean it's a lot, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's like almost like I don't even know what to think. I'm so confused right now because I don't understand how this was even going on, and I don't know. I'm just gonna have to do research on it. But I love all you guys, and thank you for letting me come up. It was awesome.
Of course, anytime. I appreciate your perspective.
Oh,
I
and
do.
I am very sorry, and Kiki and everybody that I saw things in the chat, and I have a lot of empathy for you guys. And also, just give Ann my phone number, and she can text me, and whoever wants to
I
talk to me.
will.
I don't have any problem with that at all.
Yeah,
All right.
absolutely. I will. I will do
Because
that after the
I
show.
love to help other people and mentor people, and I think it's good to have support groups and all of that stuff. So absolutely. All right. I
Well,
love
could
you
you
guys.
imagine what would have happened if this woman would have had support? I mean,
I
that's
mean,
the big
what
thing.
like we have each other, right? I mean, how many times do I call you or you call me because we're upset about things? And thank goodness we have each other that we can talk to, right?
Well, exactly. And I think that goes a long way in terms of just having a support system. Everybody needs that. And then on top of it, um, just knowing that you're not alone in it. Because I really don't think she had that, Chloe. I don't think she had friends to really bring her out of this, or go
No,
out
I mean,
with,
she
or
definitely didn't
talk.
have like the support systems that we have, which is sad. Because I don't think either one of us would be doing something like that with one of our friends not calling us out and saying like, "Hey, what's going on here? Like, this is weird." You know?
Yeah, or like it's okay to like vent off a little bit because you're hurt, but don't let him win. It's almost like you're kind of letting your ex win when you go up there and put your heart out there.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, absolutely. You're totally
You
right
know,
about that. I mean, that's just embarrassing itself, really.
yeah, just don't
It's
do
just
that. I
like
would,
move on, have a better life, and forget that and make it better. I mean, I don't know. That's very weird in itself. This woman had I think there's a lot of levels of problems here. So I think we're really going to have to like look it down and look into all the levels because this is deeper than I thought.
Yeah, I know. Me too. I went down the rabbit hole today and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm downloading this many clips. And
I can't believe that I missed this many because I mean I knew the case, but I didn't know all this stuff. I am seriously going to do some research before I come back up here. But I love you guys and have a wonderful night. And
love
I'm so
you,
happy
Chloe.
to be here with you.
Yes,
All
thank you,
right.
thank you. I'll see you
Okay.
later.
Okay. Have a wonderful show. Bye.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah, it's always so great to have multiple perspectives on things, right? Because not everything is going to be one way or the other. C. Taylor says, yes, depressive symptoms and grandiosity, very sad. Yeah, because she doesn't ever have like a happy TikTok in here that I've seen. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I missed one. But Town Chat says, good night, Chloe. Thank you for coming on. You should come on more often. This was fun listening to the both of you, and we love you too. Get some good rest. Thanks, Town Chat. Yeah, and and I apologize, guys, if I was over talking or something like that, because I know that happens sometimes even with the mic. I can hear myself in my microphone. So that might have been, and I don't know, we might have even had a lag too. So I appreciate you guys bearing with us on that. Hey, Meow, I'm glad you're here. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Welcoming everybody too. Well, and see, that's what I'm worried about. See, Taylor, is it's equally possible she rejected support and that just she didn't have, and then she didn't have the support, right? Yeah, like because she does talk about putting up the walls. She does talk about kind of maybe, and I don't know, self-medicating could also fall under those other kind of holistic approaches as well. And I don't think they're bad. I think doing those things in conjunction can really make you feel better. Yoga, you know, the guided meditation helps me sleep. I really do use that. I mean, and I've recommended it to other people if they said they can't sleep. You know, anything can help, but it gets to a certain point where if we are dealing with a schizoaffective disorder or BPD or something like that, then there may have to be some medical interventions and some therapies put into play, because they help tremendously. Thanks, C. Taylor. All right, guys, so we'll watch this next clip. And it's just kind of, we're kind of spiraling down. So it's kind of going to get, you know, progressively worse until this very alarming TikTok comes, right? So I showed this TikTok in the beginning that alarmed everybody before Claire went missing. But these are just kind of her mother and how it's kind of snowballing, right? So here we go.
Hello. I've had a lot of thoughts on my mind. Namely, the idea that I, and everyone, are multi-dimensional beings. We don't have to fit in these boxes of, I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a boss, I'm a worker, I'm a whatever. There's so many more aspects of who we are. Forgive my crazy look. Anyway, every morning lately I wake up with this childlike wonder, like the day has infinite possibilities. But I'm stuck in this cycle of every evening coming home in this clouded energy. It's like everybody else's boxes and fears and stress and energies just gets blended with mine, and I'm like so done. I want to stay balanced. I want to stay in my energy. And if somebody wants my energy in a healthy way, that's fine. But it's an equal give and take. It needs balance. I haven't figured it out yet, but I've noticed, it's not applicable to everybody, but I've noticed that when, you know, people start going on this journey, depending on what level of the journey you're in, there's a reflex to isolate. And I get it. Damn, I get it. However, it's not what I want. I don't want to isolate. I want to participate. And so while every day is challenging to remain centered and balanced, despite the chaos and busyness, I'm choosing to see it as an opportunity to master my energy. I used to be so good, or so I thought. I was able to, you know, assess other people's inner worlds and the possible consequences and kind of move accordingly. I didn't realize at what cost. I was just constantly self-abandoning myself. And so now that I realize there's a new balance that needs to come into play, and it's completely destabilizing, not only to me, but people who know me, the people who expect my self-sacrificing on a daily. So it's a transition, it's an adjustment period, it's a period of observation, of, you know, understanding a new flow. I think I've been through an energetic burnout and I can't even go back even if I wanted to, so. Anyway, tidbit of the day. Have a good one. So I've been inspired again, and little side note, I'm feeling very connected to the elements lately. I can't explain it, but anyways, fire's been my thing. There's a whole other aspect to what I was saying earlier this morning. if you go off based on the logic that, you know, your life or your surroundings are a mirror to your inner world, because, I mean, we perceive our life through a filter of our experiences. I digress. There's a whole different side of the relationship in terms of, like, energy exchange. And I've been observing this for the last couple of weeks, and, you know, my relationship to how I'm affected by external energies. And it really stems from the fact that it's about external validation. There's no need. There's no fucking need. People are allowed their own fears, doubts, insecurities, but they belong to them. And, you know, I've been getting to it piece by piece. But today I came in balanced in my energy and determined to keep it as such. And so it kind of all just, like, clicked, and, like, if people don't get me, if people question, whatever, I don't have to let that affect me. It's very freeing. Can't seem to sleep. I have too much on my mind. Just been thinking about how I've spent my entire life diminishing my being, the convenience for everyone else, in fear of being too much or too intimidating or whatever. Not to mention, I've had this perception of men being weak. But anyways, finally met somebody who had the balls to tell me no and challenge me, and I don't know, I stepped up and found everything that I needed within myself. Except I'm still holding on to this fear, that other shoe dropping. Trying to shift from a mindset of lack to a mindset of abundance.
Okay, guys, so a lot of shifting, right? In the beginning, we see one TikTok, we're inspired again, and then we can't sleep. Oh, hold on one second. Hey, Chloe.
Hey, I'm back. I'm so sorry. I had to take care of something, but I'm not going. I just came back. I'm sorry. I was off for a
No,
second.
you're good. Welcome back.
Well,
So
I just want to
that
be
was
back
a lot.
here to see this.
That was a lot, right?
Yes, a lot.
So, like, what I was thinking in the beginning was, like, I understand. I mean, because, yeah, it was a long time ago now, but, like, I get what she's saying with, like, the stress of being like, I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a boss, I'm a worker, you know. But then she goes into this, like, I wake up every day with, like, a feeling of wonder, like a child, and then she lost me.
Yeah.
But what do you think?
I'm in agreement with you.
I mean, it's strange. It's like, you know, I feel like she might be trying to convince herself that maybe, I don't know, she's got it under control. And then she talks about how everyone's energy is kind of blending with hers. But at this point, I thought that she was separated. So I was kind of wondering if she was starting to feel like her daughter's energy was mixing together with hers and she had to master her own energy. But I don't know if if I read that wrong, or, you know, if I was kind of, you know, not there. And see, Taylor says she's beautiful, uh, beautiful baby girl. She's insecure in herself, and so she's playing vicious characters, trying on different hats. She's stuck in young teens years while needing to be an adult, in my opinion. Oh, oh crap! We lost Chloe. Hold on. I agree there too. Oh, okay, hold on. All right, there we go. I'm back chat. Sorry, guys, I'm getting used to this back chat. All right, there we go. So, but yeah, and I think this lady is very pretty. Like that was my first thought was that she's very pretty. And I don't know what in her life has made her, hey Chloe,
Hey,
has made
sorry.
her so down, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's mental illness.
It's the mental illness. Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of cry for attention. I think there's a lot of mental illness here. This is very layered.
Very layered, because there's a lot of stuff that she's referring to that we might not understand, like the whole picture of how she's really feeling.
Right.
She said she's constantly abandoning herself, which, I mean, I have also felt that way. I think like when you realize that you can't always please everybody and that you have maybe made concessions where you shouldn't have, and so I also kind of understand where she's coming from there.
Yeah, me too.
You know, and like a guilt that she might be feeling for doing that. But it's a foreboding, you know, and then she's inspired again. She kind of does an inspirational video, right? Inspired again, but then she can't sleep, so she's dealing with sleepless or being restless, or like I have that where my thoughts won't turn off, so you know I'll be awake and doing whatever.
Right.
Or you'll go and lie down and you'll be like, okay, I'm gonna go to bed, and then you like again you can't like turn off, you know, your brain.
Yeah, I mean I'm ADHD, so I can totally. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and it's hard, and you know, it seems like she took to the internet and she would go and do like a live, or well, I don't know, I guess it's a TikTok video.
Yeah, I don't really even know how TikTok works, but I do know that somebody that would sit there and video themselves for that many hours and for that long and talk about just stuff that's not even sensical. It's just strange.
They're making less and less sense even, aren't they? Yeah.
Oh,
like as
yeah.
you go.
It just keeps making less and less sense.
I agree. I mean, because just when I think, okay, that's a statement that I think every like mom, wife, boss, you know, worker, like she's wearing a lot of hats, like, you know, like C. Taylor was even saying too, just in that even the other sense of that too. But then she goes into this like, oh, I'm just so like in awe of everything of the day, and I can't wait to start my day. But then it goes down to like, again, just very low, sad kind of content.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Yeah, and I think she's trying really, really. I mean, I think she's trying hard.
Yeah, I don't know why anyone would be videoing themselves like this, and especially for that long, that many hours. I mean, that in itself is like a need for a lot of attention.
Yeah, it is. It is, and I think a lot of it was directed to the, you know, her ex. I think some of it might have been directed towards maybe trying to find someone else, because she kind of seems like maybe that might have inspired her to be happier, you know, and I get it. I mean, everybody gets excited if, say, you meet somebody that you like and you're excited about it and whatnot. But I also feel like she puts her value in maybe having that other person.
Yeah,
and I see how that brings her down.
Yeah, very codependent, right?
Thank you. Yeah, codependent. Like, if I don't have this person, you know, this great love, which is a really high expectation to put on somebody else. I feel like
absolutely.
You know, you're either gonna be let down or you're gonna let somebody else down.
Well,
you know,
like I said earlier, happiness is a choice we make. It's up to us. because I mean, really, we're the ones that are in charge of our happiness and like whatever. There's always going to be, I mean, you know what? As bad as I've had it, you've had it, Ann, Sammy, Kiki, everybody that's been in here, Connie, I know for sure. You know, all the ones that have lost children. I've never lost a child. I've lost, you know, my life in my arms. I haven't lost my child, though, which I think would be the worst thing that could happen to you. But regardless of what we're talking about and what we've all been through, we all have our own story, but there's always somebody that has it worse. Always. So if you just sit and dwell, and we just sit and dwell on that, we can't. You cannot, that's not what life is about. It's about moving forward and taking the lessons that you've learned and what you've been through and using it to help yourself to get better and to help others.
I agree, because if you sit and just like wallow in that, it can be so dark. It's just like nothing good can come of staying in that mindset.
Yeah.
And I know it's hard to get out of that funk. I mean, it seems like she really wanted it to work with her daughter's father. She did. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And, you know, I don't know what kinds of person he is, you know, either.
I'm so sorry. That's Jackie. Hold on.
Oh, is it your little dog?
Lost in Translation is walking in the door.
Oh, hey, Lost.
Yeah, he's just late for the show.
He's late. He got a late slip coming.
That's Jackie because Lost is here. Say hi, Lost.
Well, good.
Sorry, I'm a little late. Got tied up traffic in Florida.
Traffic in Florida in the
We're
sand.
glad you're here.
Yeah.
I think he would have an even better take, or just as good of a take, on this mental health issue that we're discussing.
I mean, I think so. I always enjoy his perspective, and I think it's absolutely apparent that there's a mental health issue that could have been caught.
He's gonna have to comment after he sees the next clip.
All right. Well, let me play it while he's getting situated. Or is it a good time? Is it a good time to do it?
Yeah, it's a perfect time.
Okay,
Yeah, just
awesome.
go ahead and play that clip so Lost can watch it, and then he can, because we love to hear his take, guys. We love to hear.
Yes, we do.
Perfectly Imperfect. You need to change your name to Perfectly Imperfect.
Oh, we need some purrs.
Yes. So that for our new channel.
Yes. And I dropped the link. I'll drop the link again too.
Okay, cool. Thank you, lady.
Thank you.
Of course. I'm so excited about it. Okay, hold on 1 second. Just push me to drop the link. I'm so bad about dropping the links.
I know, we need Connie in here to be dropping
don't
the
forget. Because you know me, I'll just be over here, messing around. Okay, so here we go.
Morning. Made a decision. Last night was the last restless night I'm going to have over the situation. Just because I recently discovered my worth doesn't oblige anybody else to see it. The only thing it allows me is to determine who is worth my time and energy. And losing sleep over something is clearly giving away my time and energy. Places where it's clearly not worth it. It's sad because I believe that the situation called for closure and clarity at a minimum. But it seems that it's something that I'm going to have to give myself, which I'm entirely capable of doing. Skipped my meditation this morning. My energy's a little fiery. Anyway, disappointing, but something I'm not used to. Let's rock the day. Since I skipped my morning meditation and my goal is to remain balanced today again, I thought I'd just jump on here with a little message of gratitude. I've been through some shit in my life, but I've always been able to bounce back without even like a blink of an eye. The last year has been different. Haven't really had a chance to kind of go back to zero or whatever. So it's just like constantly putting out fires. And ever since I had a beat, like a second to kind of digest, it's been a lot to digest, a lot overwhelming. And I kept getting these suggestions to journal, and I tried, and I don't resonate with it. There were some layers to peel back as to why. Won't get into it, not relevant. The relevant layer was that I believe there's so many other layers to words. It's too one-dimensional. It's not representative enough of my essence, if you will. And so these little videos, this platform has kind of provided me a way to view my personal cycles, because I've managed to break free of all external cycles. It's constant work, but I've created a good foundation, a good starting point. But there are internal cycles that have created those external cycles that I need to observe and that I need to be mindful of and peel back as to why. And so I'm really grateful for this opportunity, and it seems that my authenticity is resonating with some of you, and that's nice. So have a good day. Just had another little breakdown. Around and around we go. This goddamn merry-go-round. Cycles are speeding up, so I'm thinking that I'm getting closer to breaking. Subconscious wheel doesn't stop turning. Spent so many years running away from my emotions and my life through work. Last year, it found me at work. Now I'm stuck in the environment that reminds me constantly of everything. Choosing to see it as a gift, but it's painful. Okay, so I think I figured it out, and it's taken me a while for many reasons. But apparently there's such a thing as karmic relationships, and turns out I found myself in one, which lines up because the way things happened was like there was a little watchmaker setting everything up so that we would learn the lessons that we were avoiding individually. Apparently how this stuff works is it's energetic. There's like a magnetic pull, and we mirror each other's light and shadows. The last couple of weeks, you know, I know myself. I'm strong. Pulled into this like weak mindset. Now I understand, because it keeps tugging on my energy, and I'm allowing it because I'm seeking closure externally. Ugh. Unreal. Anyway, because of my commitment to my inner world and growth, I learned my lessons and studied and dove in head first, and apparently that's how this stuff normally ends, is that one person learns and the other one avoids, and that's fine. Not my business. A little sad, but that's okay. That's all good. The bright side is that it propelled me into this magical, spiritual, deeper inner world that I'm looking forward to discovering with you all. And just to end this, because I'm done having my energy tugged on, you can keep tugging on my energy, but nobody's going to be home. Hello. So while my reclaiming of my energy yesterday was most probably symbolic, it did the trick. It allowed me to dive back into my research, and I found so many wonderful things, namely the explanation as to my connection, my recent connection with the elements. More to come about that. And what I've unconsciously been doing my entire life, transmuting energies, even those that weren't my responsibility to transmute. I'm debating declaring something later, so stay tuned.
Wow, right?
So a lot in there about the energy, right? Like she's going kind of into this energy stuff.
Hey, little Miss Sharon. Was she in here earlier? Did she just get here? Okay, that was bizarre. She said you can keep tugging on my energy, but no one's home.
Yeah, and I don't know if she was talking about her ex or if she had met a new guy at that point.
I know.
It sounded like there was definitely a new guy, and she was kind of all over the place with this video montage that she put up. Different.
There's hours of her talking that make no sense.
Yeah.
She's definitely all over the place with whatever is going on in her head, and the whole tugging that nobody's home. I mean, I get that, because the way she's acting kind of sums that up, you know.
I don't even think we can. I don't even know how we can break that down.
Well, because she also talks about like the medications, when she doesn't take her medication, makes her feel fiery. And then she also said that she skipped her morning meditation. And I was like, oh girl, well, that's not good. If you're not taking your medication, then you're also skipping like a morning meditation that could put you off. You know, if you're trying to. Little Miss Sharon says transmute.
Yeah, for real, Sharon. Yeah, gosh, I don't even know what to say. That's it. That's dark.
Very dark. Very
I
dark.
agree. Yeah, I agree. And she says like she goes into like this little bit about how she kind of has been through a lot of stuff, and I mean, no doubt about it. I think it's all trauma that she's gone through, and that's causing this. But she said she used to kind of bounce back without blinking an eye. She managed to break through these external cycles, but she's also still working on it. You know, all over.
It's yeah, it is.
It sounds like she's being pulled in many different directions in her own head.
That's what we've been saying.
Mhm.
He walks in the door and he already gets it right away.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Because it's like, you know, nobody's really answering back, or she's not talking to like a chat. She's just like really going 100 miles an hour
From one thing to the next, none of it makes sense. It's wild.
It's wild. She says that she keeps getting pulled back into weak energy, but a lot of the energy that she's displaying is kind of weak energy, right?
Well,
Or low.
she absolutely has. Well, like we said, she's low vibrational. She definitely has a very negative energy, and all she's doing is vomiting it out.
Sammy, I
Yes.
hope I'm saying that right.
Sammy G, she's
Sammy
awesome.
G.
Yeah, we love her.
Hey, I read your post, and I had a very close friend who was extremely OCD, and you know, but she never had something pulling her in so many different directions. She was extremely organized about everything she did.
We think this is like a schizoaffective disorder. This is what it looks like to you, doesn't it?
It would be more of a schizo.
Like
Kind of
a layer. Yeah, schizoaffective is a layer.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I think it is.
in my opinion.
In my opinion, we are on YouTube. Thank you, Lost.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Lost. No, I do. I agree. I agree with what you're saying. I mean, you know.
Cat Adopter 28 came in to tell me that they can't understand a word I'm saying. And I don't make any sense.
I understand every word.
I think, or they were like, "Oh, you're talking over."
I'm just joking. I had to tell Lost that happened.
Well, I was thinking I got this mic and I can't tell sometimes when, you know, because I can only hear, I have one earbud in, so I can hear better out of one ear.
I don't know. You know what? It's weird. We talk over each other. You can't understand me. There's a lag. And somehow you and I understand each other. Isn't that weird?
I know, right? Because I mean, I was on the same page with you as, you know, talking about the mental health aspect. Absolutely. You could definitely see it there, that there's something that's not, you know, not right. I mean, just, you know, first glance.
Always the first class keyboard warriors.
Well, and we can't
I
help it
love
really,
them.
right? 'Cause
Please keep them coming. Keep on coming.
Yeah, we'll watch the next one. I mean, you know, and again, I think she's into this like energy thing, which I think is not a bad thing.
I think having good energy is amazing. I have people that tell me I have good energy all the time. I think that when you walk around the way she is, that is not good energy.
No, not at all. You just kind of, it almost brings you down. It reminds me of a person that is an energy vampire, and those are the people that she's talking about, but I don't think she realizes like how
She
she's
doesn't
putting
realize that
herself
she is.
out.
I think that that's really when you're mentally ill, is when you don't know the extent of your mental illness. I mean, I truly believe that. Or you haven't faced it. You haven't accepted it to be able to get help.
I agree. I agree on that one.
Yeah.
You have to accept it. And also, lady, you, Chloe, and myself have talked, and you're very aware of her low energy all the time. You know, it's infectious. When she walks in a room, it's like, you know, you can't help but notice her, and you know,
Yes.
she lights up the room with her energy everywhere she goes. So, you know,
And then
that's
you
an
look at
awesome.
this lady and it's like,
She's sporadic.
not so
Walking
much.
around, she's all over the place. Like I said, there's many different things in her head pulling her different ways, in my opinion.
That's what Little Miss Sharon said. She said she sounds like
Yeah.
she's in her head and struggling with what's real and what's not real, in my opinion. Like we said, we
Yeah.
are. And Little Miss Sharon, that's exactly what Lost is. I think what Lost is
Yeah,
trying to vocalize.
I mean, it sounds like she's got an existing relationship. She's got a new relationship that she doesn't know what's going on there. And then with those two things going on, that she's got everything that's going on in her head at the same time, and tearing her and pulling her in different directions, and she doesn't really know what to do or how to deal. And like Chloe was saying, first you have to accept the fact that you need to deal with it, you know, before you can move forward.
Wow, you have to accept what your issues
Yeah.
are. Detroit Rock City, you're 100%. It's like a heavy, dark cloud. That's what I kept saying. She's heavy. She's so heavy.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Sammy, I know he doesn't think that. I know Lost does not think that you were saying that about OCD. He was just saying his personal.
No.
Because Sammy has great comments. We
No,
always love
Sammy,
Sammy's
I
comments.
wasn't saying your opinion. It wasn't
No,
necessarily part
she's
of
saying,
it.
Sammy's saying that she doesn't think that was OCD. She was just saying that.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, that's all.
It could be prominent, but it's another thing that's tugging her in one direction is the OCD part of it.
Well, because we see here that there's layered mental illness.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
Well,
that could
she is
definitely
very
be
put
there.
together. I will say that in many of the videos, she's, you know, looking very put together.
Little Miss Sharon, didn't she talk? Wasn't it earlier that we heard about her being like on a roller coaster or something, whatever? Or was it somebody in the chat? I can't remember. But like, I know going on and off meds and being put on different ones to try to figure out the right thing. It is like being on a roller coaster, and emotionally. So I think mentally it could be sometimes worse to be on the wrong medicines and to be putting on different ones, and you're just like up and down, up and down, up and down. So I don't think she probably had a therapist, or if she was prescribed medication, she wasn't taking them. It doesn't seem like, or they weren't the right ones if she was taking anything, or maybe she wasn't taking them the right way. You know, there's so many different like, I don't even know, like so many
Yeah, she
aspects there.
mentioned she gets fiery if she doesn't take them, you know.
Oh, she did, and then she said that. You're right. But then
Yeah.
she says and then somebody else in the chat earlier said there was a mix of other medications as well, or more like narcotics, let's say, you know?
Well,
So,
I know that she
if you're
did.
mixing all that together.
Yeah, and I mean, I know that she was seeing a therapist, but I don't know if she was still seeing the therapist whenever this all transpired. But
True. That's true.
yeah, to answer
And
Little
the
Miss
other
Sharon,
thing is, if you don't have the right therapist, or somebody that's really helping you, or if she's going in there acting like she's fine, because you don't know, you
well,
really don't
people
know.
can be very manipulative
That's
when it
especially,
comes,
yeah, that's what I'm
because
saying.
the therapist is only as good as your honesty with them, and then on top of that, it's something that it seems like she feels like she can handle on her own. A lot of it, she kind of has that superiority that might not allow for her. I mean, because I've talked about this a lot of times on the channel too, that, the first counselor that I had didn't help. The second counselor I had didn't help. And so you have to find someone who
You have to
is.
find the right one. You don't
Yes.
usually like go to a counselor the first time and they're the right one for you. Sometimes it takes multiples, the same as psychiatrists, and other things. So,
Well, and I
like,
will say, with the free help that I got through like the domestic violence center and things like that, that there was a few times where I had a really great counselor, but because of the way that I was paying for the counseling, which was a sliding scale, that person was like in school and they were, doing the counseling thing, and then they were moving on to, whatever bigger and better things. And so, it's difficult when you get used to someone and trust them, and then you're kind of stuck square one telling somebody, when you don't have the
Yeah, it's like starting
money.
over again and over again, and then it's like somebody's playing, just playing doctor on you and saying, "Oh, well, you're on this medicine. Oh, that's not working. Okay, let's put you on this one. Go off this one. Add this one to it." And then you go back to another where they're like, "Well, let's do this," and then put something else with it, and before you know it, you can actually be worse off. So
Definitely.
it could be one or the other. It could be she was going to different doctors and not going consistently, going on and off medications, which makes you go up and down and be weird and whatever. It could be that she didn't have any help at all, but it sounds like since she said the medications, that she was taking medications, but not the right way, is what it sounds like to me.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with that. Just, listening to that statement, and I must have missed it earlier when I was editing, because I remember her making the fiery comment, but I didn't remember her saying like, "Oh, I didn't take my medicine this morning." And then she's like, "Oh, I skipped." And I was like, "Oh, that's not good." Because it's important to kind of do your part, and you do learn that as well in therapy. I mean, it's not just about the therapist, it's about the work you're willing to put into it.
Yeah, actually, I was going to say something similar. I mean, when you're seeking help, when you accept the fact that you do need help, I mean, you have to get that perfect mix of a really great doctor, as well as them finding just the right medication combination or form of treatment for you to get past it. Until then, you don't really know where you're going. It could be the bad situation, and unfortunately, the person that graduates last from medical school is still called doctor. So
That's true.
if you don't get a good one, you get the one bottom of his class or her class. In my opinion, I mean, it could be a bad matchup between the patient and the doctor until you find the right one.
I want to say something too. I have my best friends are, first of all, 2 of them are pharmacists and 2 of them are cancer research doctors. And the 2 that are cancer research doctors are probably one of them is number 1 in the world in multiple myeloma and hematology. It was at the National Institute of Health at Sloan Kettering. Is now in the University of Miami. But I also know from the pharmacist side that when I'm prescribed something, before I even take it, I talk to my friends that are pharmacists, because they know more about the medications than the doctors do a lot of times.
Always talk to your
Interaction,
Absolutely.
the way they interact and everything else. So
That's a great point.
sometimes if you don't have a doctor that's really looking at what you're prescribed and they're putting just other things on top of other things, you can be in a worse situation.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that wholeheartedly, because I mean, that's what happened when I was diagnosed with PTSD. I mean, they tried to throw every type of antidepressant, every type, in combination with anti-anxiety medications and different things. And it was really rough on me, and I didn't like it, and I decided completely against all of it, and just decided, to do the therapies and just work really, really hard on myself. But that's not always the answer. It was for me, because, I just wasn't going to do the guinea pig stuff. I mean, I understand, and I mean, I'm probably a really bad
I have something major to say.
example.
I'm trying not to say anything. I'm sorry. I've already got accused of talking over you.
No, not at all. I think that I don't know. I don't even know what that was.
I know. I'm joking.
Probably
I'm
a
joking.
troll.
You know.
But
You know
no,
that I
I
like
mean,
to make jokes out of stuff. No, but perfectly imperfect. I went to get help. It was put on meds the first visit. Spiraled out of control. Got worse. Stopped taking the meds, which makes things worse. maybe she has similar experience. I 100% agree with you.
I agree too.
Because I went to 4 psychiatrists, and in 6 months, it was put on different medications because of my CPTSD, and each one of them wanted to up my Seroquel to the point I got to, and I'm not, which is an antipsychotic, and I do not have psychosis. I have CPTSD and trauma, okay? That's 2 different things. And they had me on medications that made me feel like a zombie, and I felt awful. And they were putting other mood stabilizers and things on top of that. I started having bad reactions. I quit taking them and had a grand mal seizure. I broke 3 ribs. I broke 3 teeth. I hit my head again, which I already have a brain injury. So anyway, what I'm saying is I was put on meds because of that, which then made it worse. And I went off of them because I felt so bad. And then that's what happened to me. So you're right, perfectly imperfect. That is absolutely happens all the time.
Yeah, and it's just the, stacking on of medications. And then I also don't think that they realize,
Well, and that's what's wrong is that, a lot of doctors want to put a Band-Aid instead of getting to the root of the problem. And really, sometimes you need a lot of different therapies more than just medication.
Yeah, I agree. What were you going to say, Loss? I'm sorry.
I was going to say that I personally, due to things I've been through in my life, I have a serious white coat issue. I don't know if everybody knows what that term is, but it's just like
Me too.
non-trusting of, physicians as a whole because of situations I've been. I'm talking about physicians across the board, not specifically any one concentration, whether it's my dentist or it's my physician, my GP, or a specialist that I'm going to see, and I only go to ones that I trust because I'll wait and I'll find that one that I trust and feel comfortable with, and then I stick with them. But I also still, like Chloe was saying,
Like the white coat syndrome, where you get the high blood pressure. They take your blood sugar and then they say you have high blood pressure, and you're like, no, I just have anxiety because I'm
give me
here.
a second. You give me a second to calm down, take it again.
Exactly, that is true.
But then I'll call my pharmacist. I'll talk to my personal pharmacist local, but then I have friends that are in other, cities or states even, and I'll double check behind my local pharmacist with my friend who I grew up with, who happens to also be a pharmacist that I trust even more than my local pharmacist, just to make sure that I'm not going to have any interactions. And in these videos, she could be coming off of one cocktail combination and going on to another cocktail combination and maybe didn't cycle off the old ones the right way.
Well, I think she was on and off.
Yeah, and she was skipping doses, and with those
If
kinds
you
of
don't
meds,
take
you
your
can't
medications right,
skip.
or if you
Bad,
take them
yeah.
properly.
Yeah.
There's ways that people sometimes take them wrong too, or they skip them.
Mm-hmm.
They maybe take too much. I mean, see, the thing is with her being manic, we don't know, like what she was doing.
Well, and that's really true. I mean, that could have been when she was off and she was feeling great and inspired and
Yeah, she
using
was
all these
feeling
words,
herself.
magical, whimsical, all that.
That goes into psychosis. Exactly.
Yeah, and describing herself like a childlike wonder, but she's a mom and she has a 3-year-old, so it's very odd to see that kind of.
Wow. Well, it makes me wonder what trauma she went through in life because she's clearly emotionally stunted.
Yeah. I'm guessing the childhood trauma probably is a big one.
I mean, I'm not making excuses. I'm not making any excuses whatsoever.
No. I
I'm
think it's
just
important to
saying-
recognize it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the psychology behind it.
Well, just like with
Because-
Travis Decker,
Yes.
it's the same thing that we're seeing.
I
This
know.
could have been prevented. Thank God that, Claire's fine. That's wonderful. I mean, she got so lucky. We all got so lucky here, right? And so that's the good part.
I know.
But I also hope that it doesn't hinder what really needs to happen in this case, in my opinion, is her really getting the help that she needs so she can be a really great mom for Claire. which I don't know that she'll ever have that opportunity because of this. I don't know. It, you know, I also don't ever hear her talking about Claire at all, which some people don't talk about their kids on social media.
Yeah, but I mean, she put it all out there, didn't she?
Oh yeah, everything personal wise, and then with Claire's
But
dad.
you know what though? I mean, I don't really like to talk about my child on YouTube. Obviously, I'm attacked enough. I have, and you know that's become a point of contention as well. So, I actually think that I'm glad she didn't talk about her child, but since she vomited everything else, it makes you think. In my opinion, I'm going to state that again, that she was only about herself.
I agree. Yeah. Yeah. It was like she couldn't see anybody else besides herself.
Exactly. That grandiosity, that level of superiority that she had, it was all about her.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, Chloe, that's another thing too. I think that's, you know, because people have said, because somebody reviewed me one time and they're like, oh well, she said that she's got PTSD, she needs to prove it. It's like, I'm not going to prove it. I was diagnosed with it in 2011. Like, it's not something,
Well,
it's not
yeah.
something that you're proud of. It's something that you
It's
share
okay.
because,
Let me explain
again,
this. Let me explain this. I have CPTSD. I have flashbacks. Like I have to take medications. There's no way that anyone would ever want that or claim that unless you have it, because actually it's something that affects you daily.
oh, it affects everything. I mean, you're not the best
Always
person.
on flight. You're
You're not the
always on
best person to
flight.
live with when you have those things
No,
going on, right?
because
Let's
you're
just be
always on flight or
honest. I mean,
fright.
you
You're
know,
always in,
it's a
you
challenge.
know, yeah. And then when you have your flashbacks, if you truly have this and you understand it, you are reliving that moment, looping it over and over, and you think you are there and you can't get out of it. And it's scary. So, yeah, nobody claims or wants to have that. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna, that's
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I don't like it being diminished. I don't like people saying, I have PTSD, I have PTSD, I have this, I have CPTSD. No, no. I do understand why people will say, like, you know, whatever, but it really makes me upset because from a person that literally lives their life with that has to push every single day to the fact that I don't let myself stop. It makes me upset when people claim that do not have it.
Yeah, understandably so. And I think a lot of it comes from the big emphasis on PTSD that comes from combat situations or serving in the military versus the trauma versus the trauma aspect of it, where if you have anyone can really have PTSD that's been through a traumatic situation. It's just how it affects you personally.
There's different levels of it, and that's why I'm saying with CPTSD, that is a layer. It's like an onion that's layered. That is layers of trauma that started when you were young. So it's like peeling back the layers of an onion. It is, it's awful, and you have to go through each one of them to get to the core to really heal. So, nobody.
If you
nobody
never
wants to have
do that and you never choose to do that, though, I don't think that there's any getting better from having CPTSD to PTSD or any type of trauma related.
Because they are different. There's different
Mental.
levels and there's different kinds. Yes, there's combat PTSD, which I think is awful. And I have friends that have that, and I know how they react. You don't sneak up, you know, you don't want to walk up on them, you don't touch them, you know, whatever. Whereas for me, with the way I am, when I have my moments, I need to have comfort. And I know that as a family, we went through a lot of counseling. And there's different times where, you know, like my dad will sit with me and he'll talk to me and be like, Amy, I'm right here with you. Like, you're okay. You're safe. I'm right here. Like, he'll talk me down and out of, you know, and he'll make sure I take my anxiety medicine, and then he'll stay there with me. And then when he knows he can hug me or put his arms around me, he'll do that. It might touch my arm first. But what he does is, because we've had so much counseling with this together, is he knows how to handle it. Well, the sad thing is a lot of people do not have that support system.
No. A lot of people, I would say that there's maybe a 10% population that deals with this that has that type of care and love, that somebody would go to counseling to help figure out how to help you. That is very rare, Chloe. I just have to put that out there, and maybe you guys are going to disagree with me in the chat. Prove it. Because I'm here to tell you, and I've dealt with a lot of people like myself who has really had to like grin and bear it, right, and white knuckle through it. I don't have someone to do that for me. But it's not a bad thing. It's not. I'm saying it's a great thing, and I think that if somebody would have been able to step up to the plate here, we wouldn't see that going on. Sometimes it's like in Travis Decker's case, like he did have somebody that was still kind of like rooting for him and trying to get him the help that he needed, but it still wasn't good enough. So there's something there. I think
that there's something that's wired wrong, and in lots of people's brains are wired differently. Let's say not wrong, differently. So every person has to be dealt with in a different way, and it unfortunately everybody doesn't have that support system that I have, and I'm thankful. And I know I'm blessed, and I'm extremely thankful, and that I have my dad, because you know, he lived with me through what I grew up with. So
yeah, it makes all the difference.
Yeah.
It's like a level of understanding that, you know, it helps tremendously. That was always the biggest thing, you know, that they ask with domestic violence. You know, do you have a support system? You know, and most people, there's a lot of people that don't, you know, and there's a lot of people that do. But I think the percentage is very, very small from what I've seen.
I want to say this to Perfectly Imperfect. That's why I speak openly, because there is stigma, and I live a really functioning life. I'm successful, and that's why I want to make sure that, like, I share my story to show that you can push through it. It doesn't mean that it's easy. It doesn't mean that there's days that maybe you can't get out of bed. I don't know, you know, but it's all about what you have to push through it. And I mean, it's not easy. There's days where I can't be around people, and I'm a hairstylist. So there's days like yesterday, I'll be honest, I didn't go to work because I literally, I couldn't do it. But that's why I have to take medications and whatever, because I have to push through it.
And that's so strong. That is absolutely the strongest thing, and you know, the best advice too, I think.
I'd like to say that knowing Chloe and hearing Lady's story and everything, and I think it's extremely brave for both of you to come out here and put your situations that you struggle with out there on the internet, because not everybody would, and you know, you're doing it to help other people and show them that it's,
and we've both been
okay.
attacked for it.
Yes. Yeah. And like I said, you're always going to have, I told you both, you're always going to have haters and the keyboard cowboys, or whatever you want to call them, you know, that hide behind the keyboards. But, you know, I think it's extremely brave, and I applaud you for putting your stories out there on the internet to help people. But it also, in a way, kind of helps you deal with struggles that you're dealing with.
Thank you.
It's also a coping mechanism.
That's true, isn't it, Lady?
Yeah, I appreciate you.
That's
good.
So that is such a good way to say it, because I think that's why you and I speak to each other a lot. I think that's why we're here to talk with other people and like analyze these situations, but like like me telling my story, you telling your story, to have a fair stance on this. We're not defending her whatsoever. Obviously, this
Oh
woman
gosh,
had
no.
some major problems, but you and I are able to talk about what we've been through, to share our story, to let other people know they're not alone. And that's actually takes a lot of bravery because, as we both know, we've been attacked for that. And I've seen Anne's, some of it. I know I'm not seeing every message, but Anne, I want to tell you, I told Lady to give you my email, my phone number. Just text me. I think I hear what you're saying about your son, and maybe, you know, it would help you to talk because, you know, I lost my fiance at 34 when he was 34, and he went through a lot of pain, and that was sad, which is what probably, you know, not, some of my trauma comes from. But if you want to talk to me, I want to talk to you. Definitely.
Well, that is such a traumatic experience to have, and I mean, there's no doubt about it. You know, I mean, you had to go through something that's so just unthinkable, right? I mean, we see how it's affecting
Well,
this person who's like,
see,
yeah,
that's
her
the
husband
thing.
didn't pass. He's still there, but she's still like hurting really bad from it.
Well,
I
see,
mean,
that's the thing, though. That's the thing that I don't like about excuses. Because, like I was saying earlier, somebody's always has it worse than us. Like, I haven't lost a child. I think that's the worst thing that could happen, you know? But yet, somebody could say what I went through, like, you know, my brain injury, not be able to walk and talk, like what happened with me. Oh, that's awful too. Like, I'm not, nobody's comparing this. The thing is that it is what we make of it. It's what we do with it, and we live with it. You don't get over that. You learn how to live with it and cope with it. So it's about what you do with it.
yeah, I think that's so true. We hear that a lot in true crime, like closure, but like you don't really ever get closure from those
No,
situations.
no. There's no closure and there's no grieving period. Like, it is personally, it's you, and it's what you make of it, and it's how you deal with it. And it's about giving yourself time to grieve as well, because some people will move right on to the next thing and never grieve what they just went through or never really deal with it. And then so you're over and over. They're what they're doing is bringing problems to other people's lives.
Well, and that's the thing. I think that
Like,
we
hurt
saw that
people.
here with
It's
that.
true. Hurt people, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think that this lady was kind of trying to find maybe even a rebound too quickly, like what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what exactly. That's
And that
exactly the
doesn't
point
do
I'm
anybody
making.
good, right?
Exactly.
Because you could hurt yourself, or you know, worse, because you're already vulnerable, and then
Well, you're
but
just
then
moving
you
on,
could hurt
and
that
you're
other
carrying
person
that
too.
baggage. Right. You're carrying that baggage to the next situation, and you're hurting the next person because you haven't healed yourself. So what you're doing is you're taking your hurt and you're throwing it on another person.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't even think it's like with malicious intent. I mean, possibly some situations, yeah, but I think they, without even realizing it, you could be doing that. You know,
Well,
anybody could.
I do think a lot of people do that unconsciously. I think that they can't be alone and they're codependent, like we were saying earlier about codependency. And so what they do is, instead of being able to look within themselves and to figure out how to heal or how to become a better person or how to really work on yourself, they try to fill that empty void with something else, which is another person, and then they're just leaving a trail of destruction behind them.
Yeah, well, that's it. And then, you know, there's a person that's coming into that not knowing, and he's thinking, okay,
That's
this lady,
right.
she's
Exactly.
successful, you know, she's a manager, she's a boss, she's got a little girl, and then he gets himself involved, and this lady is like, you know, I love you, I hate you, get away from me, men suck, and you know, and you're dealing with this lady that is super unstable,
Yeah.
and you know,
Loss could probably give insight on that as a man.
Yeah, like what would you think if this lady this is horrible. What do you think of, of this lady? I guess I mean, she's real pretty. I think she's pretty, and
She's except for that video we watched where her bags were so dark, like it looked like she had a black eye. I mean, she's definitely an attractive woman. She's not unattractive at all.
like she dresses nicely. Like she looks professional. Like if
She
I
looks
saw her say at
professional.
that bar, right, like sit next to the fireplace, I might think, oh, well, she looks like a nice professional lady. But I don't know. I'm not a guy.
Well, I mean, you can go to work and you can look all professional and put together, and you can be very attractive in public, but you have your public persona, especially if she's suffering from some things that she doesn't want to admit, she doesn't want to deal with, she doesn't want to come to grips with and move on. She's pushing that down and pushing it away to get through that day, so she can look all put together during the day, and especially if she is on the right meds and she's seeing the right, psychiatrist or whoever's helping her.
Well, she's on the right meds.
So,
Okay.
But she obviously isn't currently. But I mean, if she wants to, she does it. She works hard enough at it. She can look put together, and she can look attractive, and she can go to work. She can be a manager, and nobody would know unless she puts it out here like she did this.
But she made but there's hours and hours of her on TikTok doing this stuff. So somebody should have noticed this and seen.
Yeah.
Like a family friend, but see, I don't see her having that many friends, because even like when she's like, it's seemingly out after work, or maybe like hanging out at the bar that she works at, or the restaurant rather, because it looks like a high-end kind of restaurant that she manages.
Oh yeah.
And that might be
Like,
the
but
reason.
she's not with like a group, or like she's not like sitting with the bartender and like,
She's
or
like
anything.
sitting there talking to
By
like
herself.
no one. Yeah, it's weird.
So a lot of people turn to the internet when they don't have support. They're looking.
Chat was saying that and actually I said that's how I came to YouTube, because of Summer, and then I just stayed here because I was in a bad place 4 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that's the support
It was
she's
a
looking for.
community
Yeah,
I found.
she's looking for a community. She's looking for friends. She's looking
it's
for a
true.
support group that she doesn't have, obviously, locally, or she doesn't feel like she has anybody that she can turn to locally.
Except she was just sitting there talking, like to herself and making no sense. Like, at least I think some of us came to YouTube for like I came here for Summer, and I found a community of people that actually like cared and felt the same way I did. Like I think we can all relate in different ways. Like, lady, like you're Sebastian. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
of course I'm here for Sebastian as well, but I'm seeing like, for me, it was Michael Monkey Vaughn, and it was Summer, and we had Gannon, and it's like, but what really brought me to YouTube was Summer, and I was a rough place at that time, and I was at home, and I started just watching everything I could on Summer every day on YouTube, and then all the same people would be there, so I made friends with everybody, and so that's so different to me, being in chats and making friends with people and talking about the case, then what she's saying makes no sense, and she's just talking and videoing it.
Yeah, that's kind of why I feel like she self-isolates a little bit, because I'm the same way too. Like, I liked the community aspect of like in the chat, talking with people. How are you doing? Whatever, wondering what they're thinking, seeing what they're, sometimes I even just like to read the chat and see what people are saying, and not make comments at all. But it seems like so one-sided with her. And I think it would be so difficult to be in a relationship with her in any capacity, maybe like even a friendship.
And it could be. I mean, it could be. And she's turned off the people that are around her or local, or because you said she's in a management position. Maybe she doesn't feel like anybody that she works with is anybody that she should fraternize with outside of the workplace. And so she doesn't have any close friends outside of the workplace because she doesn't feel like either she can make friends or she hasn't found the right one. I mean, it could be any number of situations in that regard. I mean, it could be personal, it could be professional.
I don't think she has capability of probably retaining friends.
I know it's just weird, right?
I mean,
Like,
not
but
with
I
her
see what
instability.
Loss is
But
saying.
see,
Yeah.
I see what he's saying, and then like he's saying, like she kept her job. She was actually professional at work, obviously to have that job, but she was so like off too. Like she really had like, I guess like a persona. Would you call it? Like I don't know.
I would say she has a professional persona, and then that professional persona
Like
shuts down everything that's going
it's
on in
kind
her
of like a
life.
mask slip.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a mask slip. Instead of being like normally when we say your mask slips, we're talking about, maybe like anger, or I guess in true crime, we're usually talking about like a predator or, somebody of
Narcissist.
that sort, right? But really in this sense, maybe it's a mental illness and a mask slip.
But
Or it could be narcissism and her trying to get attention and saying
it
that she has
could
problems.
be, because I mean, if she's putting this video out as much as you guys are saying on TikTok and YouTube, and to think, in her corporate life, I mean, the odds of nobody seeing that on TikTok, I mean, they're not lottery odds, but it's highly,
I'm pretty
it's highly
sure.
likely.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
that, like, maybe like me or you, if we ever had a TikTok channel, being known people where we're showing our face. I mean, I do it on YouTube. I'm saying, like, like you, let's say as a businessman, showing your face on TikTok like that would not be good for your business. Somebody would catch it along the way in corporate world of some sort that you do business with, and that would not be okay.
Yeah, I definitely keep my
There's no way you
professional
would do that.
separate.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily fraternize with my clients outside of a professional situation, or anybody that I do have business dealings with. I keep it very professional until I get to that level of comfort, because some of them do become friends, some of them feel like they're family because they've been with me so long. So at that point you do open up a little bit, and you find out about their family, they find out about your family, they check on you.
She just doesn't have that.
And she doesn't have that. But also, being in corporate America for over 30 years myself, and having clients that own restaurants, because I assume she's working in a high-end restaurant.
Yeah.
I have a number of high-end restaurants that are 3-star Michelin star restaurant clients, and they have a strict non-fraternizing policy between management and the rest of the workers at the restaurant.
And they would not allow a person going on TikTok if
They would
knew.
also not allow,
because that would look good for the company.
Right.
It's smart. It's smart strategy not to do that, all around.
Yeah.
Right. I don't put anything out there like Chloe was saying. It could easily spread like wildfire. It could go viral.
It would hurt you.
And it could tear down my business. And
Yeah.
I would definitely probably lose clients over something.
And I have the total opposite, because I'm a hairstylist. So my clients think I'm funny, and they want me to be funny, and they love it that I'm always doing like lots of different things, and I'm telling them everything. So I guess I work for myself, and I work in an industry where, women, they want to come in, they want to be entertained, they tell me all their stuff, and they want me to tell them fun stories, So it's like different. And either way, her persona was very off. If I was releasing videos like that, in my job, saying non-corporate, but in my job, even though my clients think I'm funny and I can release funny things, if I was releasing that, my clients would be very worried about me.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, and you also have to think about too, because even when I was helping out with hiring and things like that, there were certain bosses that I had that would go look at people's Facebook pages and see what they were posting.
They do that now. They run.
That's a standard.
That's standard.
Yeah,
They look at
I'm
your
like,
social media. They do.
I've always been
check
careful.
On you. They even do credit check on you. Like,
I
I
would
mean, I know
never
here
post like
most
pictures
companies
of
won't
myself
hire you.
out, any of that, none of that on my personal Facebook that I have to this day is realtors, loan officers, mortgage,
Yeah, see,
all of that,
and see, you work like
inspectors,
that,
all of that, and I would
and
never post anything.
right. And if you look at me, I'm okay to like I put music and put pictures of hair I do, and I'll put pictures of my dog. See, my clients want to see that,
The
you
really
know,
awesome videos.
and
Yeah.
like you know, so I get to be that, but that's my persona, right? I mean, it
Yeah.
is who I am because it's truly who I am. I'm actually, it is really who I am. But like when I go to work and I'm with clients, like I have to cater to them, I have to pamper them. So that's my persona. But who I am is still who I am, and my clients know me, and they come to me for my personality, and you know they want me to post things. They love it, like it's funny, you know, it's or they like the hair that I do, whatever it may be. So either way, on either side of that, if you are in a business world like Lost, or if you're in like the beauty industry like I am, people would be worried about you if you were posting that. It would not be good for your business. So I don't understand that part of it.
Yeah, I mean, and I get maybe why she wouldn't, maybe have her friends at the place where she works, like having a drink.
Right.
But she did show herself there like having a
But that's
drink,
what I'm
and
saying. She was showing herself there.
yeah, so
See,
that was weird.
that it just doesn't make sense to me that she even had a job at that point. And did they say she quit her job? Wasn't that in chat? Did she quit
I
her
don't
job June
know. I didn't
6th?
see.
I thought I said that earlier. I could be wrong. But somebody put that in chat earlier. Something about she had quit her job on June 6th. So did she start this when she quit her job and just was like on TikTok constantly? Or how far back does this go? Do you know?
I do not know, and I just have everything up into, and it's not every single one, even.
I know you don't. I know there's so much.
Yeah,
There's no way. Like, I mean, there's a lot to
there's a
go
lot.
over. I'm gonna
Yeah, it's hard to
literally,
tell with her if she was
yeah, I'm
kind
gonna
of
do a lot of
planning.
research. I mean, I know there's not a lot out yet, but I'm just gonna start doing as much research as I can, and like maybe researching her and stuff because I need to get more information on this case.
Well, I'd like to know more about kind of what the father was thinking about also, or how his relationship was playing out.
Right.
Was he
Exactly.
playing with her emotions? Sometimes that happens too in relationships where,
You,
you know, it's like that yo-yo back and forth. Like we break up, then we get back together, then we make up, and it's just like and that's enough to drive somebody
there you go.
crazy
Kiki said
too.
it.
If
Kiki
you really
said
love
it.
someone,
She quit on June 6th. Kiki said it. She quit on June 6th.
Okay, quit. So she quit
So we need to go back to
very
figure out when she
recently.
started all of these hours of videos. Obviously, part of it was at work, but
Well, the
did
ones
she
where I
quit
started
because
off
they?
was all the way from Christmas.
Oh, 6 months before that. Okay, because I was gonna say, did somebody find out and she was basically like she needed to quit or she was gonna be fired? I was trying to figure out. So she was declining
Yeah.
since December.
It could have
Okay,
been. It could have been somebody found out
Yeah.
and saw and told her
and
that.
reported it.
Yeah, it could have been a
It just
jealous
seems like it would
coworker.
have
It
been
could have
reported
been
before that.
a concerned coworker. It could have been
Well, somebody
anywhere.
should have been concerned way before that.
Well, yeah, but and then the corporate, because it is corporate and we don't know what restaurant it is, but
Oh, maybe
they
they talked to
they could
her.
have talked to her and said,
Yeah, that's true.
we can't
Warnings.
have this sort of thing out on the
And she couldn't help
internet,
herself.
and she felt like it was, like I said, it could have been her coping mechanism for her to vent on the internet when she's drinking or when she's on the wrong meds or anything like
Oh,
that.
Kiki. So she quit her job on June 6th and she was very happy about it. So she was declining since December. It sounds, I mean, is what it sounds like to me. If you're showing us videos back to December, it sounds like she was starting, and then I wonder, like, if she was in a manic episode, quit her job on June 6th, because Kiki said she was very happy about it.
But see,
Is it Kai
she
Kai
has
or
this,
Is it Kai Kai? I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong.
she has these moments though of like false clarity, and you know and it's like she's not convincing anyone but herself when she's speaking. And in my opinion, I feel like she's just out there. I mean, I can't imagine having a boss that was this way. You know what I mean? Like, just, you know, hey boss, I got this issue or that issue. Well, go meditate. Like, are you kidding me? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the dynamic was there either.
Well, can I, lady, being both in corporate America, working for big companies, and then going out on my own and being the guy that owns the company that signs the checks of the employees, you do try to be there for your employees, especially when they're in trouble. But at the same time, you have to keep an arm's length. Now, me myself, I took very good care of my employees because, you know, I'm very empathic and, you know, been through a lot myself. So I understand and try to help people. But the bigger the corporate situation is, and we don't know the level of corporate this was, they, you know, a lot of people, when they circle the wagons, they circle them to protect themselves, and it's all about them. And they just try to deal with the problem. They might not even know how to deal with a problem. If she went to the wrong person, that person didn't know how to deal with it. They could have just dismissed it and decided that, you know, that was, you know, if they dismissed it and just let her quit because that's the only way they knew how to deal with it. Might have been the wrong manager because they didn't know how to manage. Just because your name's manager or even corporate manager above her, you know, just because they have that title doesn't necessarily mean that they're properly equipped to handle this sort of situation or knowing how to. But at the end of the day, unfortunately, in most of corporate America, they're out for themselves to protect themselves because they have their bills, they have their family, and, you know, a lot of people just get cut.
That's the truth.
You know, so she could have been just told to, you know, leave on June 6th because of what she put on the internet, and she didn't want to take it off the internet, and, you know, she chose to leave it and walk away from the job thinking that that was a sign for her to walk away from the job. Because I think
because she did say she was elevating spiritually, and it was like blah blah blah. That's true.
yeah, I mean, it could be this,
Yeah.
you know, the TikTok videos and everything could be her coping mechanism that she needs, and she felt that it was more important for her to have that coping mechanism, and that it was a sign for her to leave that job and find something different at that point because of it. And, you know, I mean, we don't know. I mean, she's obviously looking for some sort of help because I think that's a main reason that she's going and doing these videos, because it takes a lot to put yourself out there on the internet and show your face, and put all that out there. Not saying that she was definitely not in the right frame of mind in all the videos, but at the same time, she was roller coastering, I guess, for lack of a better term, in these videos emotionally. She was, you know, she was up, she was down. She took a couple loop-de-loops, you know. I mean, it could have been a number of things, but she made her choice. I think from a corporate standpoint, they probably gave her a choice that either you can take this down and we let you stay, or you can quit and walk away and not get fired, you know, and she put the choice in her, you know, in her court to pick which one she felt was better for her. And that's just my opinion, strictly, you know, coming from the corporate America side.
They probably gave her the choice to leave, so they didn't have to fire her.
Yeah, and they could have given her an ultimatum and said, look, you know, either take down some of these videos or specific ones that were, you know, kind of showing her in a negative light. You know, and you're right, it does take a lot for people to put themselves out there. And I think that, you know, in a small way, she may have been helping some people realize that they weren't alone too. But the the way she was doing it was very
It was wrong.
sporadic.
Maybe, like you said, maybe that's what she thought she was doing. I don't know.
Yeah, because there could have been a good intention behind it.
I think we're giving her a lot of benefit of the doubt. Like I said, I think it's probably pretty bad. I don't know. I just think I can't wait to like find out more.
Yeah, well, and it's a lot. It's a lot, and you know,
Yeah,
I think
it's a
that
lot
there's
to
enough room
digest.
for compassion, and I think there's
No,
enough room for.
you have room for compassion in one way. I have room for compassion in another way, like the challenges, and it's interesting that we can talk about this in like a different way, seeing it from different sides. I love that.
Oh gosh, because I don't think it's just like I said, cut and dry. I think there's so much to it, and it was like kind of like a snowball. You know, all of the stress, all of the, you know, I mean, and I think everybody could relate to that. You want to be perfect, and you want your family to work out, and then it doesn't work out that way. So you're sad, and you're feeling like you're not good enough. I think everybody's felt that way at one point or another.
Absolutely,
but.
Right.
I think that handling it in this way, was probably one of the worst things that she could have done, because obviously she's having trouble at work, and I mean that's what stress does a lot of the time too.
Right.
So
Yeah,
it does make it hard.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's watch this next clip and see where she goes.
So I've like come to the fact that over the last year of my life, been through it. Like I said before, I manage over 100 employees, and I mean, it's not a cakewalk, but it's not fucking rocket science either. Right up until you meet your match. So my normal MO of navigating through psychology and emotions just wasn't cutting anymore. It required heightened awareness. And now that I've had a couple weeks to kind of, seems that my heightened sensitivity is here to stay. I'm just a giant nerve ending now. I just feel everything. Interesting to navigate, hence my research. And one of the things I've naturally gravitated towards is the elements, and so I had to look into it. And obviously it's multidimensional and filled with fascinating layers, but baby steps. Ultimately, the earth grounds and stabilizes, air provides clarity and movement, fire transforms and purifies, Celtic breeze have been attracted to it, water heals and flows, and apparently there's a fifth element, spirit, connects them all. Well, it seems like I need to do service this evening, and as promised, I have a declaration. This is not in the optic of setting myself apart, because I recognize that we all have the ability to do so. And I also recognize that not many people will understand this. It'll be a niche population. That's okay. I am the alchemist. I'm a little bit of a wreck. I just finished having lunch with my daughter and my ex-husband, trying to figure out an arrangement. I approached the situation in a mindset of fairness, inclusivity, stability for her. I mean, I was expecting resistance and a closed-minded outlook. I just didn't realize how heavy it was going to be. At first, I tried to maintain my boundaries and my firmness, and I realized that our dynamic wasn't ready for it yet. I needed to actively transmute his energy like I used to, unconsciously. So I decided to do that. Maybe one day I'll explain how, but it was taxing, heavy, navigating his mindset of lack and fear and resentment and separation from my new and improved outlook of oneness and respect and compassion. At the end of it all, despite his feelings, I asked him if we could hug so I could transmute even more of his energy. I've already transmuted a bunch, but I think this video is going to help accelerate the process because I still feel his tight little ball of emotions in me. Makes me so sad. More for my daughter than anything else. What a big cosmic joke. I woke up this morning, real world responsibilities hitting me, payroll, end of period, my assistant's on vacation. I tried to operate with my old operating system of stress, panic, and over responsibility, and et cetera, et cetera. I get in the car, hit traffic, huge accident. Never seen an accident like that. And I finally get to where I work and realize I forgot my laptop. Stress used to center me, used to drive me, used to propel me, and now it's just like, no. So, live and you learn. Now I have to do payroll from home, all zen. Thanks, universe. Little update. I'm so used to holding the fort all by myself without realizing that over the last couple of months I reconditioned my team. They're taking on responsibility, they're capable, they're living up to the task. So when I finally came into work today, all the illusions of disaster, non-existent. Everything was under control. Got my things done. Well, no, I still have things to do always, but I don't know, I found my zen even without my morning meditation, although the lesson of the day was, despite the chaos, take the time. You live and you learn. Anyway, I just feeling really grateful for the final push to integrate everything that's been on my mind and spirit into 3D, if you will. Came in today and reorganized my schedule. I'm gonna be doing 40 hours as of this moment. It's cutting my schedule in half, really. But you know what? I've built it. I've done it. I've arrived. I don't have to carry it all anymore. And if I want to keep growing, it's a necessary mindset shift, or else I'm just gonna be stuck. And I hate being stuck. Despite everything I have going on, separation, childcare schedules, work restructuring, financial restructuring, moving, you name it, whole life turned on its side. Still feel him. Oh boy, really make a girl go crazy because I don't know how much of it is real and how much of it is in my head, but the good news is whatever I'm feeling, it's softer now. It's calmed down a bit. It's very good news.
That was obviously before she quit.
Yeah. Wow. There was. I wish I wrote down the first thing I had to say, but then the transmute part, like, oh my gosh. There was something before that was like really crazy though. I can't remember.
Yeah, that was me. I just kind of got to that transmute energy again.
Yeah.
And then, like,
like,
maybe
the
I'll
way
explain
she
to you how
says
to do it. But, like, what is that even? Like, I don't even know what that means.
Well, I mean, when she said, the, oh gosh, she said something before that. It's from tarot. It's I don't remember, but anyway, she was talking about basically like transmuting and being like the and elevating and like all this stuff. It was bizarre the way she said it though.
Well, I mean, I understand, in my opinion, that we could take negative energy and transfer it just like positive energy
Oh,
transfers.
I 100% believe that.
You know, I mean,
Yeah.
it's like you could go in to a grocery store and, you know, transfer your negative or positive energy onto, you know, say the clerk or whatever. But
Yes, I know that. I know that personally from working with people, and I know that I've been told I have good energy, and I leave people with good energy. I think that's why they come to me. But I've also had people like they come in and they drain your energy, obviously. So that is
Mhm.
100%. And I do believe you can learn how to block it. You can transmute and all of those things. But the way she's speaking is very off.
right, like I'm not connecting the dots with what she's trying to say, you know?
Okay. Yeah. No, I don't know what she's saying at all. It's wild.
Yeah, so she's like talking about lack, fear, resentment, and then she talks about, you know, it being sad for her daughter. So again, she's talking about her daughter's father, in my opinion.
Oh
here.
yeah.
So we're back to her the daughter's father, who she left because he's a big child and she doesn't want anything to do with him. But then again, she wants him back because she can still feel him. That makes me that creeps me out and makes me feel suffocated.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah, well, it does, doesn't it?
You know, just because
Yeah,
it's
I
like
know.
that feeling of like, you know, my whole world is contingent upon
The codependency there, yeah.
Yeah, it's too much. And then you're just when you think she's kind of getting over that hump of like, and I get it, again, it's hard to break up and everything. And, you might listen to those breakup songs, or you might have a time where you didn't realize it was going to hit you or something like that. Or if you have to see that person because you have a kid with them or whatever, it's not as easy. But I just feel this really strong obsession from her toward
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can be sad or whatever, but there's a difference between obsession.
Well, and she says that she feels like she has to carry all, or she doesn't have to carry all of it anymore. So, I kind of get like that martyr kind of vibe from her. Like she feels like she's somewhat of a martyr, and just in her boss position, I guess.
Well, I mean, yeah, I agree. I want to say something, but I don't want to be like overused. But like a true narcissist, they're always the martyr, the victim, or the savior. So she seems to like kind of go through those. So, like I said, it's in my opinion, and I obviously can't diagnose anybody, but it's like her level of grandiosity. I mean, it obviously goes to her mental illness, but I'm saying, that is like true about a narcissist too. And it seems to be like if you want to just sit there and talk and you think you're that interesting, you're really saying nothing. Like, it's pretty weird.
I agree. And just kind of that she keeps going back, but if you're trying to go on a higher frequency, then you wouldn't go back. But then she talks about how she doesn't want to go back to the past, but she does. So I feel like she is kind of stuck at where she is. And I don't know if maybe, there's a new girlfriend that came into play that maybe she's like struggling with that maybe or something.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
These videos were obviously before she quit her job. So these were video clips prior to June 6th. And so, I mean, she could have been.
She said back to December, yeah.
No,
like 6 months. She was spiraling.
And, you saw a different mood just about in every video. And it could be a narcissistic thing, like Chloe said, where she's just, trying to, in my opinion, and I might get some comments about this, but, she could just be seeking the attention as a martyr,
That's what we said
as a
earlier.
victim.
Anyway.
It could be strictly for the attention,
I think there's mental illness here that goes into it, but that's kind of what we were saying earlier. Like, this attention-seeking behavior. This is attention-seeking behavior. So what was, the motive behind that?
Yeah, I think that maybe she thinks that maybe he's watching some of her videos, but
He probably didn't care. He's probably trying to get away from her.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking he probably didn't want a thing to do with any of that madness. I mean, it's like, you love me one minute, you hate me the next.
When you watch something like this and you think about like a person having to live with somebody or like what it was really like a relationship with somebody like that, you really wonder what they even know. Because, I mean, honestly, who knows you better than like a person you live with or a person you're with every day?
Well, and who knows if he wasn't having, anxiety from her mood swings and
right.
craziness.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, he didn't want to get out of bed because, and she's saying he's being childish or, hard to live with, but it's really because he doesn't want to like get up and deal with the mess of
you're only getting one side
the instability.
Right. And like I said earlier, she's emotionally stunted in my opinion. Like the stuff that she says, the way she acts, like I want to know what her trauma in life was and when she was like she's emotionally stunted and like when she stopped maturing too. So she can say that about him. But who was really lucky in the maturity? There's always two sides to every story. Or are they both? Were they both? I don't know.
3 sides.
Well, there's 3 sides.
3
There's
sides to
his side, her
everything,
side,
and the truth.
And the
truth.
truth.
Yeah, that's true. There are 3 sides to the story.
Yeah, but no, I see what you're saying though,
Or it
because
could
we are
be
missing a
her
piece.
side, and the truth. Or it could be his side, the truth. Or it could be everybody. I don't know. Their side, and the truth.
Also,
Okay, just being politically correct here.
True. And what I would say is for her to put this out on TikTok, and we all know that TikTok is not nearly as moderated as, YouTube is. So we don't know what kind of comments she was getting. Was she getting supportive comments? Was she getting attacked by people hiding behind the keyboards and saying that, she's just, crazy. She doesn't know what she's talking about, or, we don't know, but she kept doing it. So obviously it was a form of her coping mechanism to just put it out there instead of talking to somebody privately.
Yeah, well, that's what we were saying. She definitely needed therapy or a friend. She couldn't have had any of that because somebody would have talked to her. Like somebody would have helped her. I don't know.
If I saw this and it was
Yeah,
one of my
me
friends,
too. Me too. That's what I said.
Yeah, I would tell them, first of all, take it down. Take it down.
Yeah.
I think. Well, you know what I would do? I'd get them help.
Yeah, and then I
That's
would
what I've
be like,
done.
how can I help you? What could I do to help you? But first of all, take it down, because you're putting it out there for everybody to see. If you need to talk to a video on your phone to cope with it, make it a private journal video or something like that.
That's true. Journaling may have been a good
Oh,
idea.
that's a really positive outlet. Yeah.
She could have still felt like she was doing the video to put it out there, but not put it out there in public because public
But she
scrutiny
didn't have
could have
impulse control.
Yeah,
She didn't have impulse
the
control.
public scrutiny could have made her worse. The scrutiny
Absolutely.
on the internet, because people they're vicious on the internet.
Well, I think people are lovely on the internet. What are you talking about? They're not vicious.
Well, but I know what you mean, but because it's like a double-edged kind of thing. Like you're putting yourself out there, but for someone that's not mentally, confident with what they're doing, that like there could be just one comment that could kind of send you over and be like, you know what, I'm not good enough, or whatever story that you're telling in your own head at that time, because we all do that. I mean, we all do that when we're down. It's just a matter of like pulling yourself up.
Yeah, I mean,
or having positive people to do it, for you to help you out.
Everybody has their own roller coasters, and I keep going back to that. But I mean,
we need a support system.
Yeah, you need that support system, whether it's family, friends, whoever, a professional. You need to vent. I have friends that have been friends of mine for my whole life that I know I can call and they'll just listen, so I get it out of my system. If I have a bad day or something like that, I could call Chloe and she'll listen. I can come by and see her, and she'll just listen and, help me if I'm having a bad day. And I would do the same thing for her if she's having a bad day. And, so, I mean, you need that support system.
Yeah. No, I mean, I know exactly what you're talking about. And, that's what it is about having somebody that's compassionate and caring and loving. As opposed to somebody, that's not. And then also kind of going back to what you said earlier, I think it was something I was reading about Abraham Lincoln, but apparently he would write letters to people but not send them. So he would write, all of his feelings and thoughts down, and then I don't know if he burned it or he saved it or what he did with it, but he didn't send it to the person.
Hey, my therapist recommended that for me. I've done that.
That's a common practice, to write somebody a letter and you never send it, to get the feelings out of your head.
I've even been told to send it, to write an email, but don't send it.
Yeah.
That to get it out, but
difference in technology.
Yeah.
But
right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Difference in technology. Yeah.
Technology, but
to compare it to something else, or it used to be journaling, and now maybe it's in your phone you're doing it or whatever, and
Yeah, like he said though, making that video to make it feel like you are putting it out there, but you are getting it out there, but not putting it to where somebody that could see it would hurt you more. And then sometimes, like, I've had to learn that too the hard way, where sometimes your feelings are so powerful to you, but they're not to that other person. And so you putting that out there is just really detrimental to yourself, because if that person doesn't care, or if it's, because I'm guessing she was kind of putting it out there for maybe him to see, and when he didn't think anything of it, or he's like, oh God, not this again, which I would think if I was him, I can't lie, then it's gonna crush her, or it would crush anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would. Absolutely.
So I do feel for her. I feel for her situation. I just wonder. Yeah, I think that there would have been more healthy.
I just really wondered that Sammy too. Like, I mean, was she just doing this like to get attention from that person? Like, I don't understand.
I think so. It's very.
It seems like that, right?
Yeah, he's in a lot of it, and a lot of people, like even earlier in Justin's chat, were like, I wonder if it's like.
That. Okay.
Yeah, well, it was just when they were breaking that she was found, and really, people were like, I wonder if it's something that she was trying to get back at the dad, so she was hiding the daughter, or, trying to create this hoax of, oh my God, what are we going to do? Our daughter's lost, and it would bring them together in some sick way in her mind,
Huh. Okay.
And I started to kind of think that way once I started watching these, and I'm wondering, was this for attention, and whose attention was it for?
I think she was attention seeking. I'm sure she was using a reason to get attention, but I think she seems like an attention seeking person.
And it's so easy to just go on TikTok. It's just you open the app, you start taking a video, and you put it out there. They're obviously not edited. They're just her rambling on her whatever she wants to talk about at that moment. Mm-hmm. The recap. There's no editing. It's just here it goes. Put it out there. And I mean, it could, and like this is just out of left field, but in my opinion, I mean, she could just be trying to get the attention to maybe boost her, position on TikTok. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people do crazy things on this internet to just get their internet channel up, and because TikTok is monetizable just as much as YouTube is.
Yeah, Sammy, I agree with you. I was wondering, it's the same thing. I said that earlier too. I wonder that too. Like, and that's what Lost was saying. Now, did she really want a new journey, or was she going to be fired so she had the option to quit because she was spiraling? I think that's more likely, in my opinion.
Corporately, if they want you gone, they'll give you a choice that you can quit and you walk away, and they don't have to pay unemployment, and it doesn't look like a firing on your job, and they would say, well, we'll give you a good recommendation.
It's a better option for you to walk away than to be fired. Absolutely.
And if they say, we'll give you a good recommendation for your next job, other than you getting
or we
fired.
won't give you a bad recommendation.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, that could have been a choice that she didn't really have a choice. Put it in the form of a choice.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that being a likely scenario for sure.
I can too. I really that makes the most sense to me. So I don't know.
Well, and the spiraling out of control, and then
I mean, since December, and it just getting like the vomiting of like this like weird stuff, and the mania, and like all of it, the grandiosity, the way she was speaking, and the attention seeking. There's a lot there that's I just can't imagine she wasn't fired before. So I think there has to be only one way. It was like, we're gonna let you go, we're gonna let you quit, and it would be easier, better for you. And of course, she took that as the option. And then to spin it a different way, she's saying it's so great. Like she's starting a new journey instead of really like accepting that she really created that situation.
Well, see, and that's what I have issues with like the Pollyanna kind of approach or the perpetual positivity approach, because to me, and maybe I'm being a little bit too much of a realist, but it's like, I always agree that it's probably the best practice to try to go neutral to positive, not neutral to negative. It's always best practice, but sometimes it can be a little bit disingenuous and also inauthentic when you're like, oh, everything's perfect, when really like life is just not that way. Let's be honest. Like there's so many horrible things that can be happening, or but to just be like, well, I'm going to go meditate and everything's going to make, that doesn't make everything better. After you meditate, you may have some clarity that you didn't have before. Hopefully that's the
if you
the
meditate
goal.
correctly. I mean,
right.
There's also like, we don't really know like what her form of meditation was. I mean,
This could have been her form of meditation.
yeah. I mean, you could see meditation in many different connotations. Like, I know I meditate, and I meditate every day, and I do it to, be thankful and to be thankful for my blessings and to connect to the divine and whatever. But I mean, I don't see where, I don't know, and to ground myself, and to be thankful for all I have. Like, I don't see that with her.
Well, see, she said she grounds through expression, which is obviously doing these videos, but in the same way, it doesn't seem to be making her any happier or any more positive.
That's what I'm saying. Like, to me, that doesn't look like meditation. Meditation is clearing your head. It's releasing negative energy. It's being thankful for what you have. I mean, there's many forms of meditation. I'm not saying but that's what it should do for you, not what it's doing. What it looks like it's doing for her.
I agree. And then also, if you're having an attitude of gratitude, you would be like, well, I have a beautiful 3-year-old little daughter, and
100%. Isn't that
she's the love, greatest love of all.
Oh my gosh, that is such a good point.
But we never see her talking about her at all until the weird TikTok, video. And I mean, she does bring in some parenting kind of, but really it's mostly about her and then the father of her child for the most part. And like I said, I didn't add all of them in, but
yeah. Wow.
It's certainly like not something that you would expect. Like, I don't know. If I was just watching her TikToks randomly and I missed the ones with the daughter in it, which weren't really a lot, I just kind of might think like she doesn't even have a daughter, which is odd.
I wouldn't have. I didn't know. Yeah. I mean, I saw the photo, but I mean, I wouldn't have guessed it either by watching the videos.
Yeah, it's like all about her, right? And like her,
for real.
life's journey.
Yeah, Lost didn't see that picture of her daughter with her pants are wet too, and she's a black eye.
Oh yeah. So this was the condition that little Claire was found in. We didn't even realize it because this was the first picture that was released. But then later on, someone sent me this, and I mean, you can just see this baby.
Look at her pants. It's a stain, and she's a black eye.
Oh,
it's
man.
awful.
Yeah.
That's awful.
And so, because we thought, like, they said she had gray pants and a white shirt on.
And her lips were super chapped. Like, I guess she was like really dehydrated.
Yes. I mean, and her something, she looks like she either has like a sty or a possible black eye.
That's a black eye.
It looks like a black eye to me because it looks swollen.
Yeah, it's completely.
And
her eyes
like,
completely.
It's all over. Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Yeah, And people were pointing that out even in the blurred out picture. You can see
Yeah,
that there's something.
in like the urine, like so she was just sitting there, but it's like everywhere, like the days.
Yeah, and she was found, and told whoever found her, well, the police did, but she said that, she had a lunchbox, and she said that she was waiting for her mommy, that her mommy told her, stay here, I'm coming back for you, and she had her lunchbox. So I don't know if she
Wow.
stuck around in the same type, like part of where she left her, or if, this was the first time she was venturing out, but they spotted her with a drone.
Wow. I'm so thankful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we don't really hear, we don't really get, this kind of a quick positive outcome. She was missing for 4 days. It's just hard to believe that someone would leave her out there like that, just being so little. 3 years old, 3
Right.
foot tall, 35
I
pounds, just a
know.
tiny little thing. And
I know.
And again, I don't know if it was something to alarm her father, if it was something where she just didn't think she could take care of her daughter anymore. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna try to find as much as I can. I'm going to the
Yeah, I
comments.
want to do some more research too, and just kind of figure out what happened.
I'll work on that tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right,
because
well,
I
I
mean,
gotta go. I
there's
really
just
do
so
gotta
much.
go.
Yeah, Chloe. Well, thank you for being up here.
I know.
I know. I just
I'm
realized
getting
we've been on for
tired.
4.5 hours. My goodness.
I know. I'm getting tired. I gotta go to work in the morning. But listen,
Yeah. Well, thanks for.
I'm gonna do a lot of research. I'm gonna dig up everything I can. I know that there's not a lot out yet, but yeah, I'm gonna try to work on this because I need to know. I need to know.
I know
what
this is so
about.
interesting, right? There's so many dynamics at
Yes.
play. And we don't
So
know what she
interesting.
was being told by the ex either. Like, we don't know if he was egging her on, like, yeah, we're going to get back together. And, you just never know.
You really don't.
And what that can do to somebody that has that
That is already
instability.
mentally ill and you mess with their head. Yeah. That's
Right.
a really
So I
sad
can't be too quick to
situation.
blame her completely, but I thought some of these were pretty intense.
I don't want to give her the benefit of the doubt, and you do. And then sometimes I do, and then sometimes you don't. I love it. It's perfect.
It's
All
good
right.
though, right? It's not
Yeah.
it's not, and we have to realize that, like, sometimes it's just not black and white. There's so much gray,
Sometimes both
right?
can be true. Sometimes both can be true.
Yeah, and I definitely see that element of
Me too.
mental illness. Yeah. I mean,
all right.
Well, thanks guys
Good
for coming
night.
up.
Okay, I hope I see you tomorrow.
Yes,
I love
for
you.
sure. Yes, love you too.
All right, bye.
All right, bye. Yeah, and see, Detroit, that is the urine stains on her pants. I thought she was wearing khaki pants to begin with. I really did. I thought she's wearing khaki pants. And this one, right, because you can't see. And I was like, well, she's not wearing gray pants. Those are like a khaki colored pants. But then this comes in from Prayer Warrior, and I'm like, oh my goodness. So yeah, it's urine on her pants, and she's just as sweet as she can be. And I still have more clips. We just got into all the talking and everything. It was just a great discussion that we had. So but we're going to come back tomorrow and talk more about this. And there was a few other things I wanted to talk about too with Lily and Jack's case. So I'll probably bring those in tomorrow too, because I still have some clips loaded in that we can go over and just, try to get to the bottom of what could have happened here with little Claire Bell, Claire Bell, excuse me. I think I said that right. I want to call her Clara. She's just so adorable. But thank you all for being here with us, and thank you all for listening to the different perspectives. I'm going to work on trying to, maybe my mic is a little bit too loud too, because like I said, if I can hear it in one ear. But I love having different perspectives, and I love when you guys comment and let us know what you think, because there's so many. Oh, she was still wearing pull-ups at 3 years old. Oh, Detroit. Oh my goodness. See, and that's, to me, there could have been neglect there. I mean, you know, that says neglectful. Oh, thanks, Town Chat Cafe. Yeah, we love having Chloe. And, you know, especially with different points of view and different experiences, right? Like, our experiences are never going to be the same. I mean, we may have similarities, but it can be different. And we could see the same video and have two different perspectives on it. I love that. I think it's important because it made me have a little bit more compassion for this lady. And trust me, I was, you know, over here listening to these TikToks all day and just, you know, getting more and more frustrated with her because of the situation. But remembering that, you know, we are dealing with a mother who is a single mom, who is dealing with a lot on her plate, working and taking care of her daughter. I think there's something to identify here if there could have been something that could have prevented it. So it's really important to discuss, and interesting too. So I appreciate you guys being here, and thank you so much. I will talk to you all tomorrow, and have a great day.